opinion. The first few clips, I'm okay with letting those in. Clip number 1, clip number 2, clip number 3, I'm okay with those. I can say that I understand the defense's position that they offer those videos to show the demeanor, the disposition of Ms. Frey, not for the truth of the matter asserted, and I accept that. On clip number 3, I'm okay with that one all the way until the very end where the officer leaves the room to go find a box of tissues. It should be stopped at some point there. When he comes back with the tissues, Ms. Frey says, she says I slapped her, but I didn't. That is hearsay. That has nothing to do with demeanor, disposition. I think it is offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Her demeanor and give a full picture of what Miss Frey, was, I guess, I think it puts into context her demeanor, essentially. So again, we're not trying to get it in to show somehow that Tyler was justified or that Tyler did that. We're getting it in to show that, again, her mom, and this is the same day that her mom was found, and she is essentially saying negative things about her mother.
Okay, I understand. It doesn't change my ruling. I will say, I think you need it for the words themselves and for the actual meaning of the words, which would make them hearsay. And she is not unavailable. She could be called to testify at trial. I've allowed the first 3 clips because I do think they show her demeanor that morning, shortly after it was discovered, shortly after she was told about what happened, how she acted and reacted. The rest of it is simply her sitting and communicating, conversing with the officer. I will grant you there are other times in there. For example, I made a notation that when I watched clip number 7, there were several times that she was wiping tears from her face. That's not hearsay. Technically, that short little clip showing her wiping tears would be admissible, as well as other short clips showing her smiling or laughing or something like that would be admissible. But as a whole, her simply sitting and conversing and having a question and answer conversation, I've determined would be hearsay and would not be admissible. But I understand the record you've made.
Judge, one more question. I know that Ms. Frey did appear yesterday briefly, so I'm not sure, but I anticipate she will be here today. Do you have an opinion about that? Is it okay that she's present? I mean,
she has the right to be present.
Yeah. So, okay, I just want to make sure, we will try to tell her before, but.
Okay. Yes.
We asked that clips, 1, 2, and 3 are going to be used in evidence during the trial. We would ask that 4 through 9 be admitted as court exhibits for purposes of preserving the record.
We can do that as an offer of proof.
Yes.
Yes, I'm okay. I'll say on the record that clips 4 through 9 are not admitted for purposes of trial, will be admitted as court exhibits for purposes of completing the record and as an offer of proof. Yes.
And so I do have a disc with all of them. Should I remark that as a court exhibit? And then
you
probably have to do a separate.
You probably need 2 different discs or thumb drives. One has 1, 2.
All in violation of Iowa Code murder in the first. Everyone, can you hear me? In the District Court of Iowa, in and for Dubuque County, the State of Iowa plaintiff versus Tyler J. Dazey, defendant. Criminal number FECR 153723, trial information. Comes now Scott J. Nelson and Amanda J. Lassance as prosecuting attorneys of Dubuque County, state of Iowa, and in the name and by the authority of the state of Iowa accuses Tyler J. Dazey of the crimes of count 1, murder in the first degree, count 2, animal abuse, committed as follows. Count 1, said defendant on or about the 18th day of January in Dubuque County, Iowa, while having malice aforethought, did willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation kill Jennifer Dazey, all in violation of Iowa Code Section 707.1 and 707.2, sub 1, sub A. Count 2, said defendant on or about the 18th day of January 2024 in Dubuque County, Iowa, did intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly inflict injury, serious injury, or death of an animal by force or violence, resulting in death to the animal, all in violation of Iowa Code Section 717B.2, sub 1, and 717B.2, sub 4. A true information, signed Scott J. Nelson and Amanda J. Lassance. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty.
And Ms. Lassance, whenever you're ready for opening statement, go right ahead.
Okay. May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. May I publish prosecution, Judge?
And just for the record, the state has talked to us about this prior to doing this, and we don't have any objection.
Okay.
The lights on are fine. The lights don't need to be down. This is Jennifer and Echo Dazey. They are enjoying a vacation together, relaxing, enjoying the water, not a care in the world. Jennifer Dazey was 46 years old. Her companion, Echo, was still a pup, just a few months old when this picture was taken. Jenny's photo was taken, and that was to make it to all 50 states before she turned 50 years old. She wanted to complete that task with Echo by her side. But they never made it to all 50. Jenny and Echo's lives were cut short on January 18, 2024, and the evidence will show that Tyler Dazey, the defendant, is responsible for both their deaths. Christy Bowman has been Jenny's friend for many, many years. She and Jenny met several years ago and became quick friends, best friends. Over the years, they fell in and out of contact, like friends do, but some health problems brought them closer together, and in September 2023, they were back, best friends. In September, Jenny was to have surgery, and Christy was always there for appointments and her care schedule. Around that same time, Jenny's son, the defendant, moved in with her at 1605 Avoca Street. Avoca Street is that neighborhood in town tucked right between Senior High School and University Avenue by Westminster Church and the Hardys that just got torn down. That cut through neighborhood. That's where 1605 Avoca Street is. During Jenny's recovery from that surgery, Christy was at 1605 Avoca Street often. She got to know the defendant better during this time, as the defendant and Jenny were home together quite often. She will tell you about how Jenny would nag the defendant, how Jenny would do things that upset him, and he would call her nasty names. But otherwise, everything seemed okay. Christy was arrested until her own concerns came about. She had attended to them with the surgery scheduled in December. She hadn't seen Jenny or the defendant regularly during her recovery, though Jenny did come over to her house. On January 17th, though, January 17th, 2024, Christy was ready to get back into her routine and see her friend. So they made a coffee date for the next morning. The next day, on January 18th, Christy showed up late with coffee creamer in tow around 8:30 a.m. She goes into the porch and lets herself in the front door. She doesn't even get in when she sees the defendant in the living room, right between that separate the living room from the dining room. He is naked and he is turned away from her. She wasn't expecting to see this, so she closes the door and waits until she hears a door close. At this point, Christy will tell you that she doesn't think anything odd is going on. She had seen a red truck in the driveway, a truck she knew to belong to Jenny's son, Nick, but she didn't see Jenny's car in the driveway. She thought maybe Jenny had left, maybe to pick up some coffee to bring to them or something, and the defendant didn't know that Christy was coming over. She went ahead and went in the house. When she thought the defendant was no longer in the living room, she sets the creamer down on an end table by the couch, and she thinks, I'll just sit down and wait. Well, she goes to sit, and on the corner of the couch, she sees Echo, the dog. He's still not moving, and that's weird to her because he normally would greet someone who comes. So she goes over to him, she lifts up a leg, and it drops. She now knows something has happened to Echo. So she starts to wonder what's going on here. Nick's car's here. Did Nick and Jenny go get help for Echo? So looks around, tries to contact Jenny on her cell phone when she sees Jenny's purse in the corner. Now she says, that's weird. Jenny would take her purse if she went somewhere. Maybe she's sleeping and doesn't know something has happened to Echo. So Christy then goes to Jenny's room. She calls to her, wake up. But Jenny doesn't react. It's dark in the room, but as Christy's eyes adjust, she sees blood. Doesn't know what to do or think. She calls her boyfriend and she says she thinks Jenny is dead. She calls the police and she says she thinks her friend Jenny has no idea.
After I spoke with him, I hung up the phone and I called 911.
Okay. Did you know during this time where Tyler was at?
No, I had no idea.
Okay. And now, so you called the police. What were you thinking at this point?
At this point, the amount of blood that I'd seen, I got terrified while I was on the phone with 911. And I just dropped to the floor, crawled over to the door, and she's got dressers when you first walk in her bedroom right here. And I just held my feet up against the dressers and held the door closed.
Okay. And The whole time while you're doing that, were you on the phone with the police?
Yes.
Okay. And were you doing that and on the phone with police until someone finally arrived?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about when that someone arrived.
I was still with my feet up against the dressers, and I heard an officer come in and announce themselves, but I didn't believe at first. So as I heard the officer getting closer to me, I did open the door, and as I seen the officer coming around this corner, I hightail booked it out of there and ran into the officer. And I asked him, "Don't leave me, don't leave me." He proceeded to walk into the bedroom, and I proceeded to try to walk out of the home.
You had gone into the kitchen, right?
As I was leaving this part of the home, I'd seen another officer come in the front door. So I took off this way because he had his gun out, and that scared me. So I went and I hid in the kitchen area.
Okay. Until Officer Hesselbacher did take you outside to your boyfriend waiting for you.
Yes.
Okay.
And we went from this little area where I was hiding, this little area, and took me through the door all the way here to the sidewalk, and then that's where I met Ron.
You had said that you had gone to the kitchen because you had seen another officer arrive, but you weren't in the kitchen, right? You went,
This little dugout room, like a kind of a mud room,
and that's where you
Yes.
waited until you were taken
in
out?
this little corner, like right here, yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Might have just a few too many mics on, not sure. Actually, can we leave the diagram? That'd be awesome. Thank you. I think you said that you had your surgery in, well, let me first say, good morning, Ms. Fulman.
Good morning.
Okay. And I know we've met before.
Yes.
In order to try to minimize some of the trauma for you, I'm going to try to, I'm going to just jump right into it. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So I believe you testified on direct examination that you had surgery on December 13th. Is that right?
Yes.
Prior to December 13th, you did your like weekly coffees.
Yes.
Okay. If I understand correctly, the last time before January 18th, that you would have done your weekly coffees would have been on the day before your surgery on December 12th.
No, we seen each other December 12th that evening because I went over there to wish her luck. She was leaving for a trip, and I wanted just to tell them bye. Like, I'll be gone for a little while. I'm having my surgery. You know, just the last tie bye before the new year, too, because I had my surgery.
Okay. And you really didn't see her much again until, I mean, I understand you guys talked every day, usually by text, but you didn't see her much again until January 18th.
The week before, she had taken me to get groceries.
Okay. The week before January 18th?
Yes,
So the week of,
it was a Monday,
all right.
the week before.
Okay.
I don't know the specific date.
But the 12th would have been the last time then that you were actually in her home?
Yes, December 12th.
Now, when you entered the home, you came in this door here, right?
Yes,
Okay. And as I understand it, you open the door. Is that right?
yes,
And you see Tyler standing in approximately this area.
yes,
And Tyler's facing away from you.
yes, standing up.
And he's naked.
Yes,
And he's just standing there.
yes.
Okay. You didn't see Tyler do anything, did you?
Do
He wasn't doing anything at the time. He was just
No,
standing.
he was just standing there.
Okay.
Oh. I might have startled him when I opened the door, because when I re-shut the door, you could hear him like take off into wherever he went and shut the door. That's all you could hear.
All right. So after you closed the door, and I think you closed this door,
Yes,
so you would have remained on the front porch?
wedged in between the screen door and the main wooden door, yes.
Okay, so right in this area here.
Yes,
After you close the door, you hear footsteps and then you hear a door close inside the house.
yes.
Now, when you saw Tyler standing here, was he wet?
I have no idea.
Do you remember talking to me at a deposition earlier?
Yes,
Okay. And I guess I need to be specific. Do you remember telling me at that deposition that his hair was not wet?
I do not.
If I were to show you your deposition, if I were to show you the transcript from that deposition, would that refresh your memory?
Yes. Unless I'm just not understanding the question.
I understand. And for the record, I'm starting on page 32, line 23, and I'm going to have her read until probably page 33, line 6. Nothing exciting. So, just gonna have her read it for a second.
Yes, go ahead. Do you want to identify the date of the deposition?
Ms. Fullman, this would have been, trying to find the date on here, deposition that was taken.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This would have been the deposition that was taken on July 2nd of this year? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember sitting and talking to me that day?
Yes.
And we were in front of a court reporter, so it was all taken down.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to read to yourself, starting on line 23, and go through line 2 over here.
I read it.
Okay. Now, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
When you saw Tyler standing there, was his hair wet?
No, it was not.
And I know this actually has more to do with when you get into the actual living room. Okay? But did he leave water behind?
I did not see any.
And I think you told me during the deposition that there was no water on the floor.
No, there was not.
Did you notice any blood or anything on him?
I only seen Tyler that split second. I opened and then reclosed the door.
Okay. Was he holding anything?
His back was to me.
Okay. Could you see his hands?
No.
Now, you talked later in direct examination about going into the Jennifer's bedroom, the master bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. I have just a few questions about that, and not specifically about, probably not about what you think I'm going to ask about. As I understand it, the door was closed.
She always slept with her door closed.
Okay. And the door is actually back here, isn't it? There's a little closet here,
Yes. Yes.
and the door to the room is back here. So the door to the bedroom was closed,
Yes.
and the light was off when you opened the door.
Yes.
Now, kind of switching gears a little bit. When you come out of the master bedroom, all right, I think you testified that after you passed Officer Hesselbacher, you were heading for the front door, and you saw another officer coming in the front door.
Yes.
He had his gun drawn,
Yes.
and you ran through the dining room, through the kitchen, into the mudroom.
Yes.
And I think you said you hid right about there.
In the corner, yes.
In this corner or in this corner?
The top, right where you're at.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, you would have hidden right by this back door.
Yes.
Now, on direct examination, you talked about that back door a little bit, but it was actually while we were looking at it from the outside. Do you remember that? When we were looking at the outside picture in
Yes.
the rear of the house?
Yes.
And you talked about that door to the mudroom.
Yes.
Now, as you were standing here, do you know if that door was locked as you were in that corner?
No, I have no idea.
Do you know whether you locked it?
I never touched that door.
Okay. And you didn't attempt to go out that door, did you?
No, I didn't even realize there was a door there.
I understand. Who would have had access to the home?
I would object as to personal knowledge.
Well, she can answer if she knows. Go ahead.
Well, let me ask it this way. Is there a particular, I know you said that there's a key, a deadbolt on the back door.
Yes.
And I think you testified on direct examination that to your knowledge, Kylie and Jennifer, Dazey, had the keys for that deadbolt.
Objection, that's just a simple misstatement. She had testified previously that she knew Kylie had a key when she lived there, was unsure in January.
Okay. The objection's overruled. Do you understand the question?
No.
Ask it again.
I think you testified on direct examination that to the best of your knowledge, Kylie and Jennifer had the keys to the back door.
Yes, when Kylie lived there.
Okay.
I don't know if she ever returned them when she moved out in September.
Okay. And you don't know that anybody else had a key to that back door?
No, I have no idea.
Okay. On the front door, how was this door secured?
It had a code, keypad code. I need to stop.
Can we take a break?
Yeah, we'll take a restroom break, everyone, about 10 minutes. Remember the admonition, keep an open mind about everything, don't draw any conclusions, report back to the jury room.
All rise for the jury.
I'm just showing that.
phones. They don't. I know, but we've had problems with taking pictures of jurors in the past, taking photographs. Because you use your phone to take pictures. That's the thing. It's not about you scrolling around your phone. It's about taking photographs. That's what they're recording. Yeah. They don't want you doing that. There's supposed to be one record. That one. No, that's a live stream.
Who is he? How do I, wait for him? Nope, you can sit down. Okay.
Thank you, thank you. And then you're welcome to,
Thank you.
you'll just stay standing, and when I tell everybody to sit, then we'll all sit.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so far I think it's good, thank you. You're not having any trouble hearing anybody? No. I think it's been good, the microphones are. A little bit, but she's close to you. Please be seated, everyone. Mr. Blair, you may resume whenever you're ready.
Honor. All right. I think we were talking about the keypad on the front door.
Yes,
Okay. Do you know who has the code for the keypad?
me, Jenny, all of our children. Probably a few others.
Okay. When you arrived there that morning, did you use the keypad or was the door already unlocked?
Already unlocked.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you probably don't know everybody who has the code for the keypad?
Yes,
All right. I think during direct examination, you talked a little bit about Nick's truck being in the driveway.
when you speak a direct examination, what?
When Amanda was talking to you,
Okay,
and
yes,
Miss Lassance was talking to you.
yes.
All right. That's what we call that direct examination, and then what I'm doing is called cross-examination.
Okay,
All right. So when Miss Lassance was talking to you and she put up there the picture of the front of the house, do you remember that?
yes,
Okay. You pointed out Nick's truck was in the driveway.
yes.
Okay. What does Jenny actually drive?
A GMC Acadia black.
Okay. Did you see that vehicle?
I did not.
Okay. When Ms. Lassance was walking you through the whole thing as you went through what happened that morning,
Yes.
you talked several times about calling Jenny's phone.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the passcode for Jenny's phone?
I only knew it in September when I was notifying everybody after her surgery.
Okay. Do you know if you still know it?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know who else would have known the passcode to her phone?
I do not.
I think you talked about there being a Ring camera on the front door and then the camera on the back door.
I do not know if there was a camera on the back door, but I do know there was a Ring on the front door.
Okay. Did that go to her phone? In other words, I know the images are stored in the cloud and everything, but like on mine,
I don't know how a Ring works.
I have an app on my phone that allows me to access it. So I was wondering if you knew if that went to her phone.
I have no idea.
Okay. When Ms. Lassance was talking to you about interactions that you observed between Jennifer Dazey and Tyler Dazey, you talked about a number of names that you had heard Tyler call Ms. Dazey.
Yes.
All right. And one of those, I think you said, was witch.
No.
Okay. Did he ever call her that?
I never heard him say witch.
Okay.
It was bitch, whore, cunt. Those were the three main ones.
Okay. And I think you said that sometimes he would say them when he was angry and sometimes he would say them when he was joking.
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, was Jennifer ever involved in seances or associating with a medium or anything like that?
She was talking to the neighbor's mom that was a medium, but I don't know what came about all of that.
Okay. Was it about that kind of stuff?
Jenny had mentioned once about talking to a medium, and it was her neighbor's mom. Other than that, we never spoke
About that?
about any of that.
Okay. And I know you talked about those names and the way they interacted and stuff. To your knowledge, is there any history of Tyler being physically violent towards Jennifer?
Never in front of me.
Okay. And I think you actually told officers that it was your opinion that Tyler wouldn't hit a woman.
Not unless you seriously pushed his last button.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else. Thank you, Ms. Fulman.
Any redirect?
Thank you. There was a bit of discussion about the defendant's appearance when you saw him and his hair. Do you remember those questions by Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Okay. Now you said you saw him for a split second.
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about Tyler's hair. Is it long or short?
Long.
Thick?
Shoulder length, blonde. Yeah, now thinner.
Okay. And you didn't touch him? You didn't
No, never.
didn't touch the hair?
No.
Okay, you have long hair.
Yes.
Sometimes it take a while for it to fully dry.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked a bit about the back area where you were waiting while the police were arriving. That back, I'm going to call it a pantry area.
Okay.
Okay. Is a reason why you didn't even think to access that door because nobody ever accesses that door?
Nobody ever accesses that door, so it didn't even dawn on me to use that door.
No other questions, thank you.
Mr. Blair, anything else for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can step down. Another witness for the state?
Not quite yet, Judge. At this time, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 5, which is the 911 call.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 5 is admitted?
May I publish?
Yes.
Just gonna fix volume to make sure that's going good, okay?
What's the address of your emergency?
I don't know. I'm on Avoca Street. I need someone right now.
What street are you on?
Avoca.
Avoca?
Yeah.
Okay, what's going on?
I was supposed to meet my best friend for coffee. I think she did.
You think your best friend is dead? Are you able to check what the address is? Okay. All right, we're going to get help on the way here.
Hello?
Yep, I'm here. I'm right here. Okay. All right, just take some deep breaths, okay? What's going on?
I don't know. She's full of blood laying in her bed.
She's full of blood?
Yeah.
Okay. Is she breathing at all?
I don't know. I don't want to touch her. She won't answer me. She won't wake up.
Okay, can you see her chest rising and falling at all?
No, I can't look at her.
Okay, how old is she?
46.
46? Okay. Okay. So you don't know if she's breathing?
I'm sitting by her door in her bedroom on the floor.
Okay. Are you able to just walk outside and see what the address is?
1605, I think.
1605. Okay.
It's right on the corner.
Okay. Just take some deep breaths. Do you know if there's an AED available?
I don't know what that means.
Okay. That's okay.
Need someone now.
Okay. We're getting people on the way right now, okay? And are you by her right now?
She's in her bed and I'm on the floor at her bedroom door.
Okay. It's okay. What's her name? Hello?
It's Jennifer and Dazey.
Jennifer Dazey?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your name? Is the door unlocked, do you know?
Yes, it's unlocked.
Okay. What's your name?
I'm a Christy Fullman.
You're Christy?
Yeah.
Okay. Christy, Yep, they're on the way right now. There should be an officer coming up right now.
Please hurry.
Yep, they're coming. It's okay. I believe. Can you see the officer?
I don't know. Can I get out? I don't know.
Okay. Okay, it's okay. There's an officer. There's an officer pulling up right now. Okay, is he there? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna hang up with you. Okay.
State calls Brad Hesselbacher.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat there. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Officer Brad Hesselbacher, Hesselbacher.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, officer. How are you today?
Good.
Good. And I see you are in uniform. Are you currently employed as a City of Dubuque police officer?
I am.
And how long have you been employed as a City of Dubuque police officer?
14 years.
And prior to that, did you work in any other agencies of law enforcement?
I did. The city of Milwaukee in Wisconsin for 3 years.
For 3 years. So did you say 14 years in Dubuque?
I did, correct.
17 years of law enforcement experience?
Correct.
Okay. Prior to that, I believe you told me you were a truck driver?
That's correct.
Okay. And so in order to become a Milwaukee police officer, do they have their own law enforcement academy?
They do. It's a 26-week academy.
And did you participate in that and graduate?
I did.
And so when you transferred employment to City of Dubuque, did that training transfer to the state of Iowa?
It did, other than taking a written test to show I understood Iowa code.
Okay. And did you complete that?
I did.
Okay. And as a City of Dubuque police officer, you are required to complete continuing education, trainings, and things like that. Are yours all up to date?
They are.
Okay. So generally, as a City of Dubuque peace officer, what are some of your tasks you deal with regularly?
Traffic enforcement, handling calls, dispatch to us, domestics, disturbances, all sorts of animal calls, all sorts of different.
Okay. And are you currently stationed in patrol?
I am.
And would it be fair to say that patrol, every day you come into work, you're not really sure what's going to happen?
Correct.
Okay. And so would you agree that January 18, 2024 was kind of one of those days, officer?
It was.
Okay. So tell me about January 18th. What was your shift that day?
Shift 1, 5 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Okay. And is that your typical shift?
It is.
All right. And dispatch had sent you to 1605 Avoca Street at some point. Can you tell me about that?
I was dispatched to 1605 Avoca Street. All I knew was we had a deceased person at that location.
Okay, is that what dispatch was reporting to you?
Correct.
Okay, so all you knew as you arrived was that there was a deceased person inside?
Correct.
Okay, so tell me about what you did when you arrived at 1605 Avoca Street.
When I arrived, I knocked on the door. I didn't receive an answer.
But I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you.
Yep.
And you arrived there at 8:51 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
I knocked on the door, didn't receive an answer. As I was standing there, I heard somebody crying inside. So I checked the doorknob, door was unlocked. So I announced myself and went inside. Hearing the sobbing, I went to where I heard the sobbing, which was the bedroom where I observed Christy at the foot of the bed, and she was just sobbing hysterically. She couldn't really tell me anything at that point, so I went into the bedroom, which was dark. There was no lights on. And I observed Jennifer Dazey deceased on the bed with a laceration to her scalp, and fingers were severed. And so then I exited the bedroom to where she had gone out to the kitchen, which was maybe 10 or 15 feet away. And at that time, Officer Slight was coming in, and I informed him of what we had, and we began talking to Christy. And she advised us that Tyler could still be in the house.
Okay. When you arrived to the scene, you had no information that there was anyone else inside the home, right?
Correct.
Okay. And when you walked into the home, you kind of said you were walking towards the crying.
Correct.
And when you approached that bedroom door, tell me about how Christy reacted to you.
She latched on to me right away.
Okay.
She was very scared, and so she latched on to me.
Okay. And at all times during this car, was part of your uniform a body camera?
It was.
And was your body camera working and fully functional on January 18, 2024 at 8:51 a.m.?
It was.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Officer, I'm handing you a flash drive which contains, there you go, which contains a clip of your body-worn camera footage from January 18th, 2024. Have you reviewed that footage?
I have.
Oh, and is it accurate as you remember it at that scene?
It is.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 6.
Any objection?
No objection.
6 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
And the lights, please.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Please come here. I don't know what they did.
And officer, where that clip came out, cut off at the end, that was when you were approaching Christy and then taking her out of the residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have any other involvement in this investigation?
No.
Okay. Thank you, officer.
Cross-examination.
When the clip cuts out, you went and collected Miss Pullman?
I did.
Okay. Where was she?
In the kitchen area, kind of right behind where I was.
Okay. And was she right next to the back door?
She was near the back door.
Okay. Do you know whether or not the back door was locked at that time?
I do not know.
As you were entering the house. And I think we saw it on your body camera. Did you see the red truck in the driveway?
I did.
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
State call Wilkins DeJuiced. May I check to see his status, Judge?
Yes, go ahead. You folks are welcome to stand if you'd like. You don't have to. Okay. Very good. please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat there. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
First name's Wilkins, Wilkens. Last name's Dieujuse, Dieujuse.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
I believe you are a lieutenant. Is that your correct ranking?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And you're a lieutenant with the City of Dubuque Police Department?
That's correct.
Lieutenant, how long have you been employed as a lieutenant?
2.5 years.
And prior to that, how long were you employed in law enforcement?
Close to 11 years now.
Okay. And what kind of education training did you obtain to become a police officer?
I have a AA in business administration, a bachelor's degree in sociology, emphasis in criminal justice, and a master's degree in criminal justice with an emphasis in criminal justice, or excuse me, management.
Okay. And AA is an Associates of Arts degree?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you have to go to a law enforcement academy?
Yes, I completed law enforcement academy in Des Moines, Iowa.
Okay. And is your entire duration of employment with law enforcement for the City of Dubuque Police Department?
That's correct.
Tell me, what does it take to become a lieutenant? What are your duties over and above a patrol officer?
Essentially, you have to take the civil service test. You have to interview with the department, apply for it, and you have to show that you're qualified in a multitude of different aspects in law enforcement before you are able to be promoted within the department.
Okay, so it's a promotion.
Correct.
Okay, it's a high-ranking officer, right?
Correct.
Okay. Second to captain?
Yes.
All right. And so as a lieutenant, do you have day-to-day law enforcement duties?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what are your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Generally speaking, they're administrative duties. I oversee a patrol shift, generally on nights and weekends, scheduling, discipline, coaching, and training different officers. And there's a multitude of different cases or different scenes that we as lieutenants and shift commanders respond to.
Okay. But you still respond to calls and help investigate cases and things like that, correct?
That's correct. We respond to higher priority calls, suicides, homicides, accidents involving city officials, natural disasters, robberies, aggravated assaults, and just to name a few.
Okay. And you responded to one of those types of calls on January 18th, 2024 at 1605 Avoca Street, correct?
That's correct.
Tell me about how that all came about, how you learned of something going on and ultimately arrived on scene.
I was initially in the shift commander's office. I heard a radio transmission from Officer Hesselbacher requesting a shift commander come up to the scene. I responded, code 1, which is lights and sirens, to the scene. Upon my arrival, I got together with the officers and kind of talked through what was going on, and we kind of devised our plan from there.
Okay. And when you kind of talked with officers, where were you? Were you outside the home or inside?
I would say part of the conversation took place outside and another part took place right inside the front door.
Okay. And what was your briefing about what was going on?
After briefing and speaking with the officers, we found out that we did have a victim inside that was deceased. And then we learned that there may have been a different or another subject within the residence.
Okay. And so what were you tasked with after you were briefed?
After I was briefed, I made the decision that we're going to clear the residence. I made sure we had enough officers inside and outside to proceed with clearing the residence, essentially making sure there's no one inside the residence and securing that residence so the criminal investigation division could apply for search warrants and kind of run their investigation.
Okay. And when you say you wanted to clear the scene and secure the scene, you had how many officers inside?
I would say 3 or 4 officers. We also had a K-9, but we decided that we were not going to utilize a K-9 for the search.
Okay, and so 3 or 4 inside, and there were officers outside as well?
Yes, that's correct.
What would be the point of having officers in various areas outside of the house?
From a standard operating procedure in regards to how the department, clear residences from a safety standpoint, and essentially, it essentially makes sure that we don't have anyone going into the residence once we're in there, or anyone leaving the residence to destroy evidence or anything like that.
Okay, so as all these things were being done, you guys just didn't start walking through rooms in the residence?
No.
Okay, and just generally speaking, Lieutenant, why would you wait?
There's 2 different scenarios you encounter as a law enforcement officer. The first scenario was what we were facing at that point. We made several announcements. We didn't hear anyone inside. At that point, we want to make sure that we clear that residence safely. We want to make sure we have enough people around the perimeter of that residence. We want to make sure that we give ample enough time for anyone inside to come to our voice. So we're going to announce, give that person enough time to essentially respond. And, vice versa, the second scenario would be an active shooter scenario where you're tasked with going inside a school or a mall where there's actively people being killed or shot. And at that point, you don't wait. You just go inside.
Okay, and this wasn't an active shooter type of scenario?
That's correct.
So you waited to ensure safety and security before proceeding?
That's correct.
Okay, and Lieutenant, were you in uniform on that day?
Yes.
And was your uniform equipped with a body camera?
Yes,
Okay, and was it functional on that day?
it was.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
7. I'm showing you a flash drive that contains a portion of your body camera footage from January 18, 2024. Did you review that footage?
I did.
And was it accurate to the scene as you observed it that day?
It was.
Move to Mid-States Exhibit 7.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
7 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Echo on 2.
Oops. All right, I'm really sorry. I want to use the diagram before, so may I approach again and use the exhibit 4A?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna hold this for you. Here's the laser pointer. Where this clip begins, Lieutenant, can you point out on the diagram where you are positioned?
At the front of the residence, right here.
Okay, where the clip begins.
It looks like we're in a living room, so right up here somewhere.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'm ready now.
Echo on 2. I'll pay the over calls. He's just clear. We're coming up.
I say one here, one there. Open it up and let it breathe.
Who were you talking to in this video clip, Lieutenant?
Officers Light and Officer Hambam.
Okay, and what had they just informed you of prior to meeting with you there?
That the basement area was clear.
And what does that mean?
They went down there, they searched, and they didn't find anyone.
Okay, thank you.
You ready?
Yep.
The Butte Police Department, anyone in here, come to my voice!
There's a body right here.
If you fall right, I'll fall
There's a
left.
body in the door straight To the right, okay? Okay. Go. That's tired.
He's breathing.
Is he?
Yeah.
Secure him. Actually, you guys, okay? Tyler, put your hands behind your back. Roll over to your belly. Roll over to
Do
your
it now, do it now, do it now, do it now, do it now.
71 in custody.
71 custody. I don't want to custody.
So, you want a transport car ready to take whoever down?
Not quite yet.
At some point. We need to skip this.
Yeah.
I got him, if you guys want to get that. Finish that.
You got Luther?
Tyler, is there anybody else in the house? Okay. Anybody else in the house?
Sleep, relax. You still might be in there.
What hurts?
My wrist.
Yep, I see that. It's tight. I'll get it.
Okay.
You mean 70, can I get
7, can I get one more person?
Hold him, or hold this, and
I need to fix this. It's got tight on me.
okay.
But I'll wait.
46, going over.
We heard you call out on that footage. Was that the first time officers had called out on this scene?
No.
Okay. Did you and other officers call out in a similar fashion before that clip began?
Yes.
Did you take a look at the footage and see how many times ultimately officers were calling out for someone to come out?
Yes.
How many times?
Officer Slight called out 6 times, and I called out 5.
Okay. And at any point, did anyone respond to those calls?
No.
And at any time, did you hear any other sounds of movement or anything else other than officers?
No.
Okay. No other questions?
Cross-examination.
Thank you. How are you doing today, Lieutenant?
Pretty good.
Good. Now, when you entered the room, did you find any clothes that seemed to have any blood on them?
I did not.
And did you do any further processing of the scene?
No.
Okay. When you entered the room, Mr. Dazey was compliant as far as getting his hands behind his back, correct?
Correct.
And he wasn't aggressive towards any officers?
No.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're free to go. Okay, folks, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is good. We're going to take our lunch break a little bit earlier than we normally would. We're going to break until 12:45. Remember the admonition I gave you yesterday. Keep an open mind about everything. Don't draw conclusions of any kind. Don't talk to anyone about the case. Don't do anything to acquire any new information about the case. You'll report back to the jury room and we'll start again at 12:45. Enjoy your lunch break.
Can we approach real quick, Your Honor? Yes. So I think my preference would be is change
in our criminal justice system, that is for sure. What a treat it has been today having you back on the program. Mark O'Mara, we missed you so much. Always great having your insight.
I'm back.
You're back. It's a party. Come back again soon, please. I know we need to let you go and get off to court today, but would love to have you back anytime. Thank you kindly.
Great to see you again. Be well.
Thanks, Mark. And Michael Wilhite's coming along with us. Want you to do the same, please. We're going to hit a break. When we come back, we got more of Scott Peterson's hearing. You'll hear what they're arguing next. Did a customs agent commit cold-blooded murder?
Marsha Thompson is accused of fatally shooting her husband as he's lying on a couch. She's claiming self-defense, alleging that Terry Thompson repeatedly threatened to kill her.
So what really happened inside this home?
Now a jury will decide the fate of this law enforcement officer.
And Court TV will bring it all to you.
The abused wife or murderer trial. Live coverage today, only on Court TV.
So glad you're with us this morning here on Court TV Live. Welcome back. I'm your host, Julie Grant. We're getting ready for the abused wife or murderer trial to start back up at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So we're going to take you live to Florida then. Today could be the day that the state rests its case in chief, and then it'll be the defense's turn to put on evidence if they so choose. And we're getting very strong indications that the defendant may testify. That former Border Patrol agent may give testimony about why she shot her husband on that dreadful day back in August of 2019. So stay tuned for that in about 45 minutes or so. In the meantime, we are showing you footage that hasn't aired yet from Scott Peterson's hearing on Tuesday. That's right, the convicted killer, currently serving a life sentence after his death sentence was overturned, is still fighting for a new trial, still proclaiming his innocence. He's got some help from a local group, the Los Angeles Innocence Project, not affiliated with the National Innocence Project. And in this portion you're about to see, both sides continue arguing after the defense's request for evidence discovery during the first murder investigation. Let's take a listen.
Defense cited to Bates page 2385. So they do have a report that indicates what was done at the house. The statement that we don't have a report is not exactly accurate. We do have a report, and Lavelle did author that report where he indicated that he fingerprinted and pulled a partial latent print off of the door, and later that evidence tech did a comparison and confirmed that that fingerprint belonged to the Medina's daughter. So that fingerprint was the only print that was pulled out of the residence. There is no indication in that report that they took anything else other than the fingerprints and the 3 envelopes that Ms. Medina believed were the burglar may have touched. And subsequent to the testing for the fingerprinting on it, those envelopes were taken and destroyed with her permission because of the toxic chemicals in that. That's also written in Lavelle's report. But outside that, it does not say anything about photographs. And defense cites to Ms. Medina's declaration. If they could point the court and the people to where in her declaration it indicates that photographs were taken. We have no other basis to show that any photographs were taken. Or additionally, all of the forensic, anything that was tested forensically, since the only thing from the house was specifically the latent print that was recovered and those 3 envelopes that were subsequently destroyed, Your Honor.
So in terms of the testing that was conducted, identifying the latent print and the destruction of the envelopes after testing chemicals were applied to those, are those things that are in defense possession, or is this a file reconstruction issue, Ms. Mitchell?
It's a file reconstruction issue.
So you don't have those things?
Correct.
Okay.
It is that Bates page that they're citing to and reading off of.
Okay, so I didn't hear, I'm sorry. Which Bates page did you reference?
I believe it.
In my notes, I've got a Bates page for the last, but I mean, I've written it down, so.
It's in their informal letter, and it is 20385.
Okay, Ms. Mitchell, you have that?
I do not have that in front of me.
Okay, can you look and see if you have it? Because again, I don't want to write an order that requires the prosecution to give you a bunch of material that you already have in your file and you don't need.
What I have in my notes, Your Honor, is that photographs of the Medina's doors, a chair, several boxes and containers, envelopes found inside the Medina's home and possibly elsewhere were taken by evidence ID technician Doug Lavelle. They were processed, collected and processed. We do not have any of those reports. I can look for this Bates document out of Your Honor, and if there's anything to add, I will look for them.
All right, and Ms. Rice, in terms of the representation you just made that the latent print was identified, was that contained within the Bates page that you just read from?
It is, Your Honor. As far as that goes, I can cite, it was ID Tech Joy Smith that compared and confirmed that the print belonged to Medina's daughter, Rhonda Medina. That is all located in that Bates page.
And that Bates page is a report of whom?
It is from CSO Doug Lavelle.
Okay, so Lavelle wrote whatever report contained Bates page 20385. He indicated that ID Tech Joy Smith did the comparison and the latent print was the Medina's daughter's print.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And that Bates page does not indicate that there was what about the envelopes that you talked about?
It indicates specifically, additionally, only evidence collected was 3 envelopes, which were later destroyed after Lavelle processed them with nihydrin.
Okay. And that was also contained in Lavelle's report that was Bates page 20385.
Yes, Your Honor, and he also actually provided it in Disc 4 as well in our opposition, because we referenced it to the court.
Okay. I will take a look at it during break too. Thank you. All right, then that brings us, I think, to A23.
So as I mentioned yesterday, Your Honor, we're withdrawing our request that the confidential informants' identities be revealed. We're asking for the content of any statements these informants provided to the officers listed in 23A through F. The Officer Helton's report at Bates 2391 indicates that he received information. Officer Helton's report at 2392, same. Detective Stow's report at Bates 20361 and 20365, same. Agent Brody's report at 20397 and Detective Cloward's report at 20393. If any of the information received from informants relating to who they believe or had information was responsible or may have been responsible for the Medina burglary in addition to Mr. Todd and Mr. Pierce would have been discoverable at the time of trial.
Tell you what, Scott Peters' team has been very thorough here. They're leaving no stone unturned, trying to get him on new trial. Will it happen? We'll have more from his hearing, more that you haven't seen. We're showing the unaired footage this hour as we're getting ready for the abused wife or murderer trial to start back up in just about 30 minutes. Thanks for being with us this morning here on Court TV Live.
Is that correct, Mr. Peterson? You're pleading not guilty to 2 charges of murder plus the special denying the special allegations?
Absolutely. That's correct, Your Honor. I'm innocent.
Oh, that was over 20 years ago when Scott Peterson said that. Now he's a convicted killer and still saying he's innocent. And he's getting some help from a local group called the Los Angeles Innocence Project. And they are going to the court trying to find grounds for a new trial for him. Peterson's defense team is requesting access to more than 600 pieces of case evidence from the initial murder investigation. Let's go back into the courtroom now.
So the Bates pages that you have in terms of Officer Helton's report, Detective Stow's report that are identified in your motion, they do not. They simply say, I received information from a confidential informant, and based on that, I went and did X, Y, or Z, or do they specify, I received the following information from a confidential informant that then led me to go do X, Y, and Z?
With respect to, I think this is coming up in a subsequent request. So 2392, Detective Stow stated that Mark, just says Mark, who recently raided in the park, was possibly involved in the burglary. Officers offered that this was possibly Mark Thomas.
Okay.
That information, we believe, the next paragraph states that confidential, reliable informant informed me that and related that the subject may be the same by the same name of Sanjeet, an Indian male, does 459s all the time. He will contact me when he gets additional information. The informant said he believes Sanjeet may have access to or drive a white van. We have no follow-up reports on this. We don't know. This is all we have.
Okay, but so for the one you just read me where, confidential, reliable informant said, basically, I know a guy named Sanjeet who does a lot of burglaries and has a white van, I'll let you know if I find anything else out. Is there any reason that you have to believe, based on either any of your investigation or anything that is referenced in the file, that that confidential, reliable informant actually provided any information beyond what's in the statement? Like, why do you believe that more of this exists?
Because further down on 2392, it states that there were 3 tactical patrol unit vehicles used during this investigation, which we discussed yesterday, and that these vehicles, at least in the instance of Mr. Peterson being arrested and driven to Modesto, are wired for recording. We have had a recurring issue in the case whereby written reports, like the one we're looking at here, 2392, do not fully set forth the information that is found on the recordings. We just discussed that earlier this morning, Your Honor, with respect to the polygraph examination, wherein Mr. Todd stated on the video recording that he was a daily drug user. That information was not captured in the written report that the polygraph examiner provided and that was produced to the defense. If these officers who were investigating the burglary are riding around, which I believe is in another report, I don't have it in front of me, with confidential informants looking for the property that was stolen from the Medina's home and gathering information about where this property might be located and who may have been responsible for the burglary, that is not captured in the written reports we have. That is another reason we were asking for all recordings with these individuals that may include additional information with respect to that burglary, who committed it, and when.
All right, thank you. Comments by people?
Yes, Your Honor. First, to address the speculation that all of the MPD cars are wired for recordings is not accurate. When Scott Peterson was arrested on April 18th, Modesto Police Department drove down to San Diego. They specifically put, back in the day, they would have audio cassette recordings, and they placed an audio cassette recording in the car from San Diego to Modesto for an 8-hour transport. They knew that they were arresting Scott Peterson. They wanted to make sure to capture any statements that he said. Defense knows that exists because they have that recording, including when he was told that he confirmed that it was Lacey and Connor's body that washed ashore 4 days earlier, and then proceeded to ask for his meal at In-N-Out. Outside of that, there's no other evidence that any of the other cars are equipped or were equipped with any type of recording devices. And M-bars at that time didn't exist, essentially. So defense is against speculating that these cars are equipped with this without proof of anything other than she's jumping to conclusions based off of that audio recording, which was also utilized when he was transported, as I said yesterday, to the hospital to take a search warrant execution on him. But as pertaining to this Medina burglary, there's no evidence that any of these audio recordings exist.
All right, so we know that the Los Angeles Innocence Project has been really, really diligent. One of the representatives from the group told the court as part of this that they've reviewed 10,000 different tips, 10,000. This case, it took America by storm when it happened. It was like the unthinkable. You know, this beautiful pregnant woman disappears right around Christmas time. I mean, it's horrific. And then the ending, I mean, that it's Scott Peterson who's convicted. The jury found him guilty. They found that he murdered Lacey, murdered their unborn baby, Connor. And now he's still after all this time saying he's innocent. Let me bring in our guest. He's a retired DEA supervisory special agent, also the owner of MTW Consulting, does law enforcement consulting and training work, Michael T. Wilhite Sr. Michael, I understand that he has rights, and I understand that his lawyers and the Los Angeles Innocence Project are working hard, and there are people who still believe in his innocence. I just can't help but thinking back to something really simple. We know that Scott Peterson was cheating on Lacey, his wife at the time, and told his girlfriend 15 days before Lacey went missing that he had lost his wife and would be spending the first holiday without her. Your thoughts on that?
Well, like I said before in the other segment, Julie, yeah, he has to, I mean, his team has to, you know, look under every stone and turn every rock, you know, as far as trying to get this guy off. You're rolling the dice. They're rolling the dice, of course, you know, but it is what it is. I mean, he for the most part, holy cow, over these 20-year period during the trial and everything, he's pretty much did it, in my opinion, looking at and following this case, he did himself just by opening his mouth.
Right. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's recorded calls with Amber Fry, his mistress. I mean, he is cheating on his pregnant wife. That's what he's doing. So, you know, you have a scumbag move right there, and then he's telling her that she's dead. Telling that she's dead. And this is 15 days before she disappears.
Before she disappears, correct.
Yeah. I mean, and so, you know, when all this is happening and, oh, we got to get a tip and go back to the burglary. Yeah, investigators looked at the people who did the burglary. They looked at them 20 years ago, and they vetted them and said, yeah, the burglary at the house diagonal from the Petersons, yeah, didn't have anything to do with this. I mean, let's remember the simple things. Who had the motive to murder her? Him. Right. Michael, do you find that sometimes cases aren't all that complicated, but sometimes they can be overcomplicated by, you know, perhaps people just overly interested in a case?
Listen, Julie, I'm known for telling my family members, this friend says, this thing we call life, it's not complicated.
Preach, Michael, preach.
Okay? What makes it, the complication come in. The complication come in when you got people involved. Us.
Yeah. Yep.
But life itself isn't complicated. Investigations isn't complicated.
Right. And over your years, I'm sure, have you found that most people's problems bear their own fingerprints?
It's most people's problems, and that includes me too. I'm part of that. I'm part of that genre.
I know. I hear you.
The problems are self-induced. You know?
Yeah, we got to self-reflect on the problems we're causing for ourselves. And Scott Peterson, boy, oh boy, he got himself jammed up.
In regards to Scott, he's rolling the dice. They have to let him roll the dice, you know?
Yeah.
Let him roll the dice.
Yeah. We'll see. I think he's lucky. He's lucky he's not on death row still.
He is lucky. He's very lucky.
He could be on death row. Remember, that jury sentenced him to die for his crimes. Michael T. Wilhite, so great having you on the program. Thank you for all of your analysis and great insight. We'll see you soon.
Thank you for the opportunity, Julie.
Of course. And we're going to hit a break. When we come back, we still got a little more from the Peterson hearing. What do you think? Do you believe in his innocence? Hit us up on social media. Let us know. And we're getting ready for the abused wife or murderer trial to start up in our next hour. Did a customs agent commit cold-blooded murder?
Marsha Thompson is accused of fatally shooting her husband as he's lying on a couch. She's claiming self-defense, alleging that Terry Thompson repeatedly threatened to kill her.
So what really happened inside this home?
Now, a jury will decide the fate of this law enforcement officer.
And Court TV will bring it all to you.
The abused wife or murderer trial. Live coverage today, only on Court TV.
State of California versus Scott Peterson. We, the jury in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Scott Lee Peterson, guilty of the crime of murder of Lacey Denise Peterson.
Remember that big crowd cheering after the conviction was announced for Scott Peterson? Fast forward now, we're going 20 years away from that moment in time, and this guy is still proclaiming his innocence. We're airing for you some footage we haven't aired yet of his quest for a new trial in that big hearing that helped out on Tuesday. Now, in this portion you're about to see, both sides are arguing about the possible admissibility of some statements made by a jailhouse informant.
We're asking for any other information. This individual who we have determined is Ralph G. received a reward for the information he provided. We're asking for any criminal history records that are in this investigation file with the Modesto Police Department, including the arrest report for Mr. X, Ralph G, on January 3rd, related booking photos, any custodial statements he may have made pursuant to that arrest, audio or video recordings or transcripts thereof concerning his knowledge of the individuals involved in the Medina burglary and or Lacey Peterson's disappearance. E is the charging documents related to his arrest on January 3rd, the day after Stephen Todd and Glenn Pierce were arrested. Ralph was arrested for receipt of stolen property. He received a plea deal. That the proceedings around his plea are records we would request. We have been unable to find them at the courthouse. We have personally gone and looked for them at the courthouse. We would like the factual basis for his plea, any abstract of judgment related to his plea, essentially any information concerning whether or not he himself was involved in the burglary, any information that the Modesto Police Department has concerning any investigation they did into his role or possible role in that Medina burglary. Mr. X, Ralph G, was right about Stephen Todd being involved in the Medina burglary. He also mentioned that there was an additional suspect named Mark he believed was also involved in the Medina burglary. We do not have any information that this was followed up on by police, that this individual named Mark was ever identified, or any interview reports with Ralph G whatsoever. We would ask that if those exist, they be provided. They should have been provided at the time of trial to the defense.
And this is the theory for why you think they should have been entitled or provided to trial, provided to the defense at the time of trial, excuse me, is the theory that they were exculpatory.
Yes.
In what way?
Because it is further evidence that there were more than two individuals responsible for the Medina burglary, that there is information in the possession of the Modesto Police Department related to the identity of additional suspects who may have been involved in the Medina burglary, and if there is such an interview with this informant, the date that the Medina burglary occurred.
Yes, Your Honor. in one breath, the defense is saying we're withdrawing our request to find out the identity of the informant.
No status.
The status of the informant, whether or not he is an ongoing informant or not.
Okay. 2392, which is what they're relying on, is Sergeant Pelton's report, which indicates that the person is not identified, is the one that gave reliable information to the police, which led to the search warrants. The defense is completely speculating, and then it's attached in one of their declarations by an investigative journalist who is sending a letter to a Ralph G. in jail or prison, something to that effect, trying to find out if he was the informant and trying to find out if he received a reward. They're trying to get around doing the privilege by asserting that this is the informant and looking for confirmation without procedurally following what they need to do. Second, if this is a third-party culpability claim, they have not met their burden by any means, and they haven't shown how this would fall under any of the 1054.1 categories, because Ralph G., whoever he is, did not testify, and anybody related to Ralph, we don't even know who Ralph G. is at this point, but he did not testify at trial. They did point the court to, or direct the court to, I guess, booking records or some kind of records that the defense actually has, because they must have been doing their own investigation into who they think is Ralph G. So they've got whatever records that they generated on their own through their own investigation, and nothing that they're pointing to within the discovery would indicate that there's anything more, including failure to follow procedures as far as the confidential informant.
All right, so there you have it. Now we're going to update you on when the judge issues her written ruling on the Peterson DNA evidence.
Doug Benefield was a 54-year-old single man. He became a widower for 9 months when he met a 24-year-old woman. Her name, Ashley Byers, a swimsuit model and ballerina. The romance moved quickly, very quickly, and within 13 days, they were married. They lived in Charleston, South Carolina. Doug was a successful consultant working in technologies and with the government. But Ashley had a dream of opening a ballet company in Charleston. Doug supported that effort, and together they started to put it together. But in the midst of it, Ashley got pregnant. From there, the relationship went south, and Ashley also went south to Florida to live with her mother. The couple became entwined in a bitter custody battle for that baby. Ashley accused Doug of trying to poison her, something the family court judge did not believe. Then, just before a big court date, Ashley shot and killed Doug. She's been charged with murder but is claiming self-defense. And now, as she prepares for her trial here on Court TV, we are live from Manatee County with all the latest in the Black Swan murder trial. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. And we've got another big trial getting ready for you right here on your front row seat to justice. And all this coming off of the 3 months that we spent covering Karen Reed. And big part of that story, that case, was the sea of pink that was flowing throughout Dedham, Massachusetts, and Canton, Massachusetts, the people who were supporting the accused murderer in that case, Karen Reed. Well, we know at the end of the day, the jury was deadlocked. Some controversy connected to the deliberations of the jury, but it was those supporters that made that story different. And while all that was going on, there's another story happening down in Florida, down in Manatee County, Florida, where another woman is accused of murder. And now she has supporters, and I'm wondering if this is going to turn into an ocean of purple to support a woman named Ashley Benefield, who's charged with shooting and killing her estranged husband, the father of her child, Doug Benefield. So there are some similarities in what I'm seeing here. I don't know if it'll manifest itself the same way, because in the Karen Reed case, I mean, it took years for that thing to build up, and it reached its peak at trial. This seems to have just started to take form. And I'm wondering if they were watching what was taking place up in Massachusetts and saying, hey, this might be a way to garner some support for Ashley Benefield. We're going to
told me at the Secretary of State. That's why it showed up on his computer that there was 2 licenses, and he said that one was suspended. And
no sense. Where'd the second license go?
That's what he told me.
That there were 2?
Yes. He after he searched my car, and when I told him, he came back to the squad car, he said, how do I get in the trunk of your car? I told him you don't have probable cause for that or a warrant. I don't know why you need that. He went back and kept searching. Then he got in the car, and I just wasn't responding to him because he wasn't listening to me. And then he said, well, you have 2 driver's licenses and 1 suspended, so I'm towing your car.
Okay, so here's what, hang on a second. I don't know anything about the search, and I get that you may be upset about that, but I'm not here to deal with that, right? He said you had 2.
Yes.
It indicates he had a state ID, expired state ID, and maybe that's where the confusion.
But it's like what?
Hold on. The report indicates he had a state ID.
Correct. Expired at the time of the stop. And as we learned previously, you cannot have a driver's license and a state ID.
Right. So, okay, young man. When did you get the state ID? You know?
So I lost my wallet, and that one was old. That's why I went to the Secretary of State to figure that out. Because I was confused. The moment he told my
why you went to the Secretary of State when? Right after this, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right after, because I was confused. I didn't know. And then on top of that, when he stopped me, it wasn't like he was even asking me for any of that. He told me, get out the car or I'm going to arrest you.
Okay, look, young man, if you want to be mad at the officer, you can be mad at the officer and you can do whatever. It doesn't get me anywhere today trying to deal with your motion to withdraw your plea. Okay? So you can tell me all of that. That's not going to factor into anything I have to deal with. Understood?
Yeah.
So when did you get a state ID? Do you know?
Somebody made an error. I don't know. They just this is
okay. Let me ask you this then. You got your license, because I can see it from here, in 2010. You would have had to go back on your birthday in 2014 to renew your license, because it would have been a 4-year license, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you had done that, that license should have been good to 2018. Okay, let me stop there for a minute. You're telling me that when you went to the Secretary of State, you're saying somebody said they made a mistake in 2016.
Yes. And this is the second time I've ever even been pulled over. I've never.
Well, again, I don't, that doesn't help me.
Yeah.
All right. I mean,
That's what they told me. They had to call HR, all types of stuff to try to figure it all out. And then I even had to take I took a driver's test twice, and because they needed me to, because someone made an error up there. I got paperwork at home for 2 different.
Yeah, but that doesn't. Mr. Siller, all you can see is that the only thing he had on him was a Michigan ID.
Well, it's officer indicated that when he ran the plate, he said there was an expired state ID.
When he ran
his name, and
when he ran his name.
right, and he came back with an expired state ID and not a license, not a valid license.
Okay, so
It's good news. It does now have a plate.
no, right. And what I'm getting at is yeah, I'm now looking at the ticket.
Yeah, the remark section.
Right. Okay, young man. Do you know when you got that state ID?
I ended up getting robbed, and
No,
that's
no, I don't. I'm not.
I don't remember because I don't have it on me.
What about the one that I'm talking the one in May, the expired one that the officer saw?
Mm-hmm.
Do you still have that one?
No.
Okay. So whether there was a mistake or not, I can't say. All I know is this, that as Mr. Schiller was alluding to, you can't have a state ID and a license at the same time. So whenever you may have done it, when you went to get, so you would have had about, if they said 2016, and I'm guessing here, but this may make sense. You, in 2016, at some point, you may have lost your license or something happened. You go to the Secretary of State because there would have been no reason for them to have contact with you from, if I just go by the beginning of your license, till 2018. But if they're telling you a mistake is made in 2016, fine. You probably need a photo ID, right? The quickest way for you to get a photo ID, or you could have gotten your license replaced, but somehow or another, you get a Michigan ID. The moment you get that Michigan ID, your driver's license is canceled. And so now what you have is you have a Michigan ID, right? Which is why at whatever point prior to that time that occurred, it could have occurred between 18 and 22, or it could have occurred in that period from 14 to 18. And if they're telling you 16, that's, I bet you, when it occurred. And at some point, you're operating off of a Michigan ID. And then when the officer pulls you over, all you have have is an expired ID. Likely when they went in, it really isn't two licenses that he saw, because I don't see another number attached to.
Yeah, so when he said that, I was like, that doesn't make no sense.
Well, it does, but it's not a license he's looking at. He's looking at what he sees are two forms of ID. He's seeing your Michigan ID when he's running it. He's seeing your Michigan ID and he's seeing a license. It can't have both.
Okay.
And so if that's what the officer saw, I can understand his suspicion then, because you shouldn't be able, you can't have two of them. Whether somebody made a mistake or not, it's the Secretary of State, I don't know. I'm just saying you can't have both. So then after this stop occurs, you go to the Secretary of State. They're going to make you, you're over 18, so they're going to make you basically start again, because at some point, that's why you took the driver test course, because at some point your license lapsed for an excessive period of time.
Okay.
And that's going to be the period at which, whenever it was, that you had the Michigan ID.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened. That's why you become the focal point. Now, it makes sense with what, it may not make sense to you when you're there, and you may think the officer's not telling you something, but I can understand it now, because you have two forms of ID. And the only one he finds on you, or that you have, is the expired Michigan ID. But you had said you lost your wallet, or somebody took your wallet, so you don't even have your new Michigan ID on you.
They just gave me a new one now, though. But
what?
They just gave me a new one now.
When? In June?
I got it in my pocket.
No, but that's different. Okay. I'm having to deal with this way too much in my life. That's different than what the officer had you with. The expired one, what he had you with was an expired Michigan ID. That's different than having a driver's license. That may be, but I don't know why you're there in 16. But if something happened to your driver's license in 2016, you go to the Secretary of State. What you want is your license back. And when they're telling you somebody made a mistake, I can't say it's happened. Whatever happens, you get a Michigan ID. That cancels your driver's license.
Okay, I understand that.
You following me?
I'm following.
And then as you're just kind of moving along, living your life, doing whatever, at some point, and just looking at it from the Secretary of State side, your license, you just lapsed. It's like you went in and said, I don't want my license, give me a state ID, is how they're going to see it, regardless of what happened when you were down there at the Secretary of State. And then that period in time lasted so long that then after this happens, you go back in, you got to basically start again. Make sense? I mean, that make you happy?
Oh, no, that does. No, I understand now.
And maybe so that you can sort of understand from the officer's perspective, okay, because you're bringing this up, and maybe to chill you out a little bit. The officer, when they run you, I now get two things. You don't have anything on you except an expired one, right? But I now get two things that come back on you. The only thing you can show, I don't want to say it, I'm trying to make it really clear, because I think this is what happened when he told you you had two. if I'm the officer, I'm not sure that you ever got a driver's license. Okay, and I'm guessing a little bit, but it makes sense. Because I see two things come up, right? And the numbers are going to be similar, but I see two things come up. And the only thing I've got on you physically is an expired ID, which then leads me to the conclusion that you didn't have a driver's license. But for whatever reason, a driver's license is coming back, but that driver's license is gone. Follow me?
Mm-hmm.
Now, at that point, and I'm going to tell you, even if it were me on the road and I stop you and all of that comes back to me, I'm suspicious of you at that point because those things shouldn't be happening. Right? And it would have almost been, and this sounds crazy, but sometimes it would have almost been better if you hadn't had the expired Michigan ID. Right? Because at that point, I could almost say there's got to be a mistake somewhere. But the moment you had the Michigan ID, I think you just have a Michigan ID that you didn't have a driver's license, but somehow another driver's license. Okay? That's why he probably has the suspicion of what the heck's going on.
So,
I mean, I'm not saying it's your fault, but what I'm saying is I don't think it's the officer's fault necessarily either, the raising of the suspicion. Whatever happened, as they're telling you in 2016, this was just waiting to occur at some point.
Okay.
It was just going to happen. And you probably walked out of there thinking that you had a driver's license when really all you had was a state ID wherever that got messed up.
So whether he did that, but he did all that after.
Did all what after?
Like, why didn't he run my plate?
No, he knows before he's gonna say anything to you. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, he didn't run my plate though until after.
Not the plate, the license.
Even that, he didn't look at none of that until like 20 minutes after.
So he does that before he goes over the
What you mean?
Oh yeah, he knows.
He has all the information before he stops.
You know how I know he didn't?
Look, man, you can sit here and argue with me. I'm gonna tell you what. Do a ride along. You will see. They know it before they necessarily.
I'm asking you how. Because he ran how he gonna run my plates when I have a cover over my plate? My Audi is custom.
It doesn't.
When I put it out,
sir, what do you want to do? Because you just want to be mad at the officer.
I'm not mad.
Listen to me. You want to be mad at the officer. I would be mad at the officer too if there wasn't a valid reason, which is the only reason I went through all of this stuff. And what I'm trying to tell you is you need to just chill about it. It doesn't matter. You can sit here all day and night long and try to blame the officer for it. Because the first question I asked you is I said, were you alone? And the reason I asked you if you were alone is because the moment you don't have a license, he can't leave that vehicle. That's why your vehicle's impounded, because that's the first thing you came to me and said. So if you want to argue, you can go argue elsewhere. I'm here to just deal with your motion.
I'm not mad or frustrated. I'm saying he couldn't have ran my plates.
Yes, he could.
How are you gonna run a plate when the plate got a cover on it? He can see through the new plates that you can cover up. Like, that's what I'm trying to ask. That's what I'm not understanding. When I pulled off on Carpenter, he was coming from Textile.
And you're saying your plate isn't exposed on your vehicle?
My plate, it's the new plates that you can order. So it can be exposed when I allow it to be. I just picked the car up. The car has been in the shop for months. I haven't driven my car all year. When I pulled off on Textile, he just can't, he was following me.
Okay. He's just a bad officer. You know what? Go ahead and sue him.
All
Have
right,
your
and that's
day,
what I'll
have your day in court.
That's what I'll do.
You go ahead and do it, but don't do it here because I don't have any more time to listen to you. I'm trying to explain it to you, but you want to be hard-headed and not do it. You want to say, how does he know? I'm telling you, before they walk up to that vehicle, they know who you are. Just as simple as that. You may not like it. Everybody else may not like it. That's too bad. What's the basis for your motion?
I appreciate that. I'll just sue him.
It's what?
I'm gonna just sue him. It's fine.
You're not getting anywhere. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're being hard-headed because I can tell you, why do you think I just went through all of it? The reason I went through all of that is I can tell you exactly what happened. You didn't have a driver's license because I can tell from your record, you didn't get a driver's license issued to you until June of this year.
Okay.
Motion to go.
All right, appreciate it.
Stupid.
Final case requires Spanish interpreter. May I swear?
You may swear the interpreter in, please.
Good afternoon, Maggie. You're in front of the Honorable State Senator Simpson out of the 14th District Court, Washington.
Thank you.
One case this afternoon. Thank you, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll interpret accurately, completely, and impartially using your best skill and judgment and to translate from Spanish and from Spanish into English in a manner for the court to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Maggie.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Court does call the case. Dennis Chavarria Romero.
El tribunal llama el caso de contra Denis Chavarria Romero.
Conrad Siller for Pittsfield Township.
Conrad Siller, a nombre del pueblo de Pittsfield.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate on behalf of Mr. Chavero Romero, who is present via Zoom.
Defensora Pública Asistente Natalie Pate, a nombre del señor Romero, Chavarria Romero, que está presente en Zoom.
Sir, can you please state your name?
Señor, ¿puede por favor decir su nombre?
You will need to unmute your computer.
Necesita activar el micrófono de la computadora.
You just remuted yourself.
Volvió a apagar el micrófono.
Ahora sí.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
Denis Alfredo Chavarria Romero.
Dennis Alfredo Chavarria Romero.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. There has been an offer made in this matter, which I believe would resolve the case. However, I'm respectfully requesting a very brief adjournment so I can further discuss that with my client.
Su señoría se ha hecho una oferta en este caso que creo que va a resolverlo. Sin embargo, estoy solicitando un breve aplazamiento para yo poder discutirla con mi defendido.
I will adjourn the matter to August 7th, 2004, 9 a.m. or as your invite indicates.
Voy a aplazar el asunto para el 7 de agosto del 2024 a las 9 a.m. o según lo indique la notificación.
Right. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Gracias,
As
señor.
always, thank you, Maggie.
My pleasure, Your Honor. Good day.
Hey, you too. And I believe I have Officer Miller here. And Officer Miller, if you could. Yep, there you are. Okay. If you please, I have have reviewed the affidavit and search warrant. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the information contained in the search warrant and affidavit is true to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
I do.
All right, very good. I will sign these and my staff will get these right back over to you. All right.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Stay safe, please. I'm going to take a brief. Folks, I realize the noon one's coming up. Yeah. Just got to give me about 5 minutes and then I'll come back. Really, I will come back. All right. Court's going to stand in.
All right.
Please be seated, everyone. Okay, another witness for the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Lieutenant Chad Krael.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat there. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
My name is Lieutenant Chad Krael, ChadCrabill.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Lieutenant. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Now, how long have you been employed as a City of Dubuque officer?
Just shy of 9 years.
How long have you been a lieutenant?
I've been a lieutenant about 6 months.
Okay. And is that the extent of your employment in law enforcement?
Yes, just with the Dubuque Police Department.
Okay. And what is your education training that you obtained to become a City of Dubuque police officer?
I graduated from Loras College in 2015 with a bachelor's in criminal justice, a minor in business. Once I graduated from college, I was then hired by the Dubuque Police Department. Once hired, I attended the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy, which was approximately 16 weeks long of training there. Upon graduation, I came back to the Dubuque Police Department and completed the field training program, which was about 20 weeks long.
Okay. And any additional certifications, qualifications, are you up to date on all of them?
Yes, I'm up to date on all of them. I was a patrol officer for about 4.5 years. I was then promoted to corporal. Spent a couple years in investigations. Like I said, about 6 months ago, I was promoted to lieutenant. I'm some of my instructor fields. I'm a driving instructor, less lethal instructor, taser instructor for the department as well.
Okay, very good. And just as a patrol officer for the City of Dubuque, what generally are your job duties?
For a patrol officer, responding to calls for service, could be disturbances, could be motor vehicle accidents, conducting traffic stops, serving arrest warrants, things like that.
A mixed bag of things.
Correct, a little bit of everything.
Okay, now with your designation as lieutenant, what extra duties do you have?
A lieutenant is in charge of all the patrol officers on duty, so usually anywhere from 8 to 15 officers a lieutenant is responsible for. Just decision-making on cases, accepting reports, reviewing pursuits, use of force, more of a supervisor.
Okay, and I had previously discussed this with Lieutenant Dazey, but lieutenant is second to the captain, right?
Correct, lieutenant is under captain.
Okay, very good. And were you on duty and working as a lieutenant with the City of Dubuque Police Department on January 18, 2024?
I would have been a corporal on patrol at that time on January 18th. Yes, I was working.
Okay, so the corporal then is right below lieutenant.
That's correct.
All right. And so you were a corporal back then, and you responded to 1605 Avoca Street. Do you recall that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell me about that. What happened that led you to respond, and what happened once you arrived on scene?
Sure. So that was right at about 9 a.m. that day. My shift as a corporal was 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. So right as I came into work, I was notified of a deceased subject on Avoca Street. So basically went straight out to my squad car, drove up there. Upon arrival, the fire department and other police officers were already on scene. So when I pulled up, I blocked off an intersection. And then I approached 1605 Avoca Street. I was aware that multiple officers were already inside the residence. And so I think they had asked officers to go to the rear of the residence to secure that, since the residence was not secured, or we haven't did not walk through the residence for any other people. So when I arrived on scene, I went to the back, kind of southwest side of the residence. I observed a couple vehicles in the driveway. at 1605 Avoca Street. There was a truck parked towards the front of the driveway, which was registered to Nick Frey. And then there was also a sedan parked kind of in the back of the driveway, which was registered to Tyler.
Okay, I'm going to stop you for just 1 second.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and publish, please, Judge, State's Exhibit 2. Okay. All right, I just want you to, oh, is there a laser pointer up there?
Yes, there is.
Okay, wonderful. Can you just point out the truck you're speaking of?
This is the red truck I'm speaking of that was kind of parked towards the front of the driveway there.
Registered to Nicholas Frey?
That's correct.
And the other vehicle you were referencing?
That vehicle is parked right in the back there. That was covered with snow.
Okay, and you said that was registered to?
Tyler Dazey.
All right. As you took perimeter outside, from this picture, can you kind of show the jury what area you were taking perimeter or holding perimeter?
Yes, I would have, the red car back there, I was standing right next to that, holding the rear of the residence.
Okay. Now, as you arrived, you said you were briefed on what was happening. There were already officers inside, so you took hold on the outside. What were your initial observations or things you were paying attention to as you were holding perimeter on the outside of the residence?
So my responsibilities was to basically make sure no one exited the residence, ran out of the residence, overall just kind of scanning to see if there's a disturbance or blood or a broken door or something like that. Those were my responsibilities.
Okay, and tell me about that. Did you see anything? What did you see?
When I was standing by the red car, it was I was kind of facing like that side door on the residence. I did not see that any doors or windows to be forced or like they were kicked in. Did not observe any blood. As you can see, the ground was all snow covered. I did not observe any like footprints in the middle of the snow in the backyard. The side door that I was talking about before, where there was some a garbage can and recycle bin, there were some padded down snow or footprints around those I observed.
Okay, so let's just kind of look at these a little bit more. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 8. It's a packet of a few photos. Can you quickly just scan through those?
Yes. Okay.
And what are those?
These are photos of the exterior of the residence.
Okay, and do they appear as they appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes, I do.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 8.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
8 is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Okay. And you can use your laser pointer if there's anything to point out, okay, Lieutenant?
Okay.
In the first photo within this group, just kind of point out where we are and what you see.
So this image is the very back of the residence. I'll point out the red car right there. That's where I was standing.
Okay. And I see that there is a rear door in the back there.
That's correct. There's a rear gray door right there.
Okay. From this photo, do you see any footprints leading up to that door?
I do not.
Any fresh marks within the snow?
I do not.
Okay. Now we are in the second photo within that group. Tell me what we're looking at here, Lieutenant.
This is the what I would describe as the side door that I referenced earlier. I'm standing back to the left from this where that red car is. There is the garbage can, recycle bin, and like I said, there's some kind of patted down snow, like someone had walked up and down those stairs previously.
Okay. Did anything in that area appear to you to be fresh?
It's kind of hard to say. I can say like there's no forced entry to the door or no signs of like a disturbance there.
Okay. Do you remember what the weather was like that day at all?
It was very cold that day. I don't remember the exact temperature, but I know after I got done holding the perimeter of the residence, I went back to my squad car and got a face mask and gloves and hat and everything. It was very cold.
Okay. And there's a window in this photo as well?
That's correct. The window in the upper right corner.
Okay. And did you observe that window to be open or closed?
It was closed.
All right. All right. The next photo within that group, what are we looking at here?
This is almost an exact vantage point of where I was standing holding the rear of the residence. Back by that red car, there's the side door again.
Okay. And you had previously referenced garbage or anything like that. Can you point that out in relation to the door there?
So the recycle bin and garbage can are just outside that side door.
Okay. The next photo within that group, what are we looking at here?
This is a view from the other side of the backyard pointing to the red car.
Okay. Do you see any signs of disturbance within this photo?
I do not.
Okay. The next photo, what are we looking at?
This is on the other side or the north side of the house. Again, just the exterior photo.
Okay. Do you see any signs of disturbance or any marks in the snow?
No.
Okay. Okay. Where in this photo, it's kind of the side to the backyard, correct?
Yes, it'd be the backyard on the north side.
Okay. And there's a wooded area in the back there, right?
That's correct.
Tell me about, what do you know of this property to abut to?
The backyard of this property is roughly like the doghouse, University in Asbury.
Okay, so you would, if you went through that wooded area, that's where you would find yourself?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Okay, Lieutenant, anything else you did to assist in this investigation after you held perimeter?
So after I held perimeter, I put up crime scene tape outside the front of the residence, so investigators had some room to work. Later on that morning, I was tasked with going to find and interview Miss Dazey's son and daughter, which is Nicholas Frey and Kylie Frey. So I ended up having contact with Kylie at 1605 Avoca Street, transported her down to the police department where I conducted an interview with her. Later on in the afternoon, Nicholas Frey met me at the police department and I conducted an interview with him as well.
Okay, and did you do any of the follow-up investigation work with either Nicholas or Kylie?
The only thing that I did is I spoke with Kylie initially the very next day. I spoke with her to obtain a little bit more information on her whereabouts. And I also obtained some video surveillance from Quickstar, which is a gas station here in Dubuque. And that was the extent of my follow-up.
Okay. And did you know at that point, was any follow-up on their whereabouts assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division?
Yes, the follow-up was assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
Okay, do you know if they were ultimately able to exclude the two of them as suspects?
Yes, they were.
Okay, I have no additional questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. How are you doing today, Lieutenant?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. On direct, you talked about QuickStar, right?
Yes.
And you obtained some video. And what did that video show?
That video surveillance was from the day prior, so the 17th, and that video showed Miss Dazey pulling up in her, I believe it's a GMC SUV. She goes and I believe she gets some gas. She goes inside with the dog and then comes back out to her vehicle and leaves.
Okay. Would that have been about 11:22 a.m. On the 17th?
That could be. I remember it was light out. I don't know the exact time, though.
Okay. And then the next time, when's the next time you see that vehicle, the GMC Acadia?
The next,
you personally?
Me personally?
Yes.
The next time I saw that vehicle was on the 18th when Nicholas Frey came down to the police department. And I interviewed him. He had mentioned that he drove his mother's vehicle that day. And so after my interview with Nick, I went outside and Nick allowed me to take photographs of the vehicle, search the vehicle, and that's where I found a receipt to QuickStar, which is why I obtained that video surveillance.
And when you spoke to Nick, at some point he said he was in Cedar Rapids, correct?
That's correct.
And were you able to verify that?
Me personally, I did not follow up. That would have been the Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. And I'm going to go, if we can look at number 8. Yeah, let's start with this one. The first photo in State's Exhibit 8. Now, to your knowledge, when you were doing the perimeter, did any officers go into the backyard?
To my knowledge, no. I was the only one initially standing back by that red car.
Okay. And I think you said, let me turn this on first. I think initially you said you didn't see any footprints in the backyard. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And here, though, it looks like there could be some footprints going out towards the backyard. Is that correct?
It does appear so, yes.
Okay. If you can go back to down one. And this porch right here is kind of what you were talking about, where the footprints, where it looked like somebody had been walking, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't definitively say when that happened, correct?
That's right.
And did you have anything to do with the subpoena with the Ring Camera Company?
I did not.
Okay. Do you have any idea of what footage they requested?
I do not. The only thing with surveillance that I was aware of is at this back door, there's a Ring camera on the back door that I pointed out to Investigator Rosenthal when he came on scene, but I did no follow-up with that.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
What's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A. And I understand you didn't take this picture, but do you recognize kind of the area that this picture would have been taken?
I believe in reviewing photos from before, I think it was right outside this side door, but I can't say for 100%.
Does it appear to be an accurate depiction of what you observed as far as footprints on that area?
I didn't look very closely at the footprints there. I could just say that it appeared someone had walked there, or obviously with the snow being patted down.
Okay. And is this picture consistent with snow being pat?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask Defendant's Exhibit A be admitted.
Any objection? No. Exhibit A is admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hold on a minute. Let me make sure that. Of course. Okay. And this is the footprints that you observed, correct?
That appears consistent with what I observed outside that side door.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember the last time that it snowed before this?
I do not.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a report from the Weather Service?
That could help remember when it snowed last, yes?
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
And just take a look at it yourself. I know that it's small print. I apologize. I couldn't get it any bigger. But if you can look, right here would be the 18th. And if you could just look up from there.
Okay.
Prior to the 18th would have been right here is the new snow.
So on the 18th, it indicates that there was, the new snow was 0.9. I don't know what the measurement is.
What would have been the time before the 18th?
That looks like on the 13th, so 5 days prior, and that's 0.4.
Okay. And so these footprints probably would have had to been within the last 5 days. Is that correct?
Objection. Calls for speculation. Facts. This witness does
Well, I'm going to let him answer if he knows. Go ahead if you know.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes. These footprints would have had to have been made in about the last 5 days, correct? Or 5 days. Sorry, that's a bad question. These footprints would have had to have been made sometime within the 5 day time frame between the last snowfall and the 18th, correct?
I would say that's hard for me to say, but I would suggest it's probable that else the footprints or the concrete would be covered up with the new snow, I would say.
May I approach?
Yes. Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit C. Can you tell the court what that is a picture of?
This is a picture of the backyard of the residence.
Okay. And I know it's a little difficult to see, but does it appear that there's some footprints? I know the picture isn't good quality, but does it appear there's some footprints going into the backyard?
So in this specific photo, it's difficult to tell. I know there's another photo that I believe Investigator Hoff that took a close-up that indicated there was an animal or like deer footprints in the backyard.
Okay. And Does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the backyard on the day that you observed it?
Yes.
Okay. I'd ask Defendant's Exhibit C be admitted.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit C is admitted.
Okay. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. And again, these are some footprints we're seeing here, and I think you've said that they may belong to a deer.
That's correct.
And that was Investigator Hoff.
I believe it was a CID investigator who, I think it was Investigator Hoff, who had took exterior photos of the residence.
Okay. We can take it down, Your Honor. And Kylie showed up at the residence while you were there, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you had an opportunity to interview her, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And did you have your body cam on during this time?
Yes, I did.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit B. Now, you had an opportunity to review what was on that thumb drive, correct?
Yes.
And what was on that thumb drive?
They were 3 clips from my body-worn camera that day.
Okay. And is it a true and accurate representation of what was recorded on your body cam footage?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that Defendant's Exhibit B be admitted.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Defendant's Exhibit B is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Okay. Lieutenant Krael, I'm going to show you just this first clip.
Okay.
And I noticed that you muted the mic at that point. Is that something that you normally do as an officer?
Whenever I would mute a mic, Officer Handbaum, who's in this photograph, and I were probably discussing the case or strategy or something, so that's why I muted it.
Okay. And we see somebody in the back of this squad car. And who is that?
That is Kylie Frey.
Okay. And Miss Frey, do you know why she's in the back of the squad car?
Yes. So she arrived on scene maybe 2 or 3 minutes prior to this, and Captain Style is in the green North Face jacket there, and he had just asked her to sit in the back of the squad car and explained that's when her mother was deceased.
Okay. And like you said, it was cold out, correct?
It was very cold.
So it wouldn't have been very nice to just leave her out in the elements, right?
That's true.
Okay. She wasn't under arrest or anything at this point, correct?
She was not.
Is no one going, no one can go inside or?
So you just want to grab a seat here, we can ride down the law center, I'll make arrangements when you come back. guess I said that.
I didn't know if they left too. Okay.
I'll come back when I talk about that.
Nothing special. It's just hurt.
Is Puff down there? Yeah, Puff was with Hopper.
And at this point, she has been informed, correct, of her mother's death?
Yes.
Is there anybody down for Los Angeles? Are you up here somewhere? No, I just came out to make sure. Hang on a second, guys. Yep. Take him. Okay. You take her down. Will you take her down and just interview her? Yep. And get all that information. He's innocent. Yep. I'll be checking around. We'll head up there. Sorry for bouncing your own car.
It's all good. You're just doing your job.
I'm Chad. What's your name?
Hey, nice to meet you. Was there an accident when it happened? Probably this morning? Maybe? If you still...
Yeah, just so I got it right, Jen's your owner?
Yeah.
So we'll go in here again. I'll just throw your backpack back here. Can I get it back to you?
You want my pepper spray too?
I'll throw it back here.
I know I'm not going to do anything with it, but...
I appreciate that.
I know how it is and I'm...
Yeah. Nothing else on your family. Perfect.
Cash in my phone.
Alright. Good? I want to get some heat going. Are you cold? Not too bad in here? Okay.
But I wouldn't mind.
Good morning.
County. Was there cop sent to my house because this?
07 over at the court. Yes.
Okay. I was just double checking. Because I was fighting a domestic case with my mom because she said I slapped her foot.
Okay. 190. Transporting the adult female to the law center.
And if you recall, was there anything on the drive that was evidentiary value?
There was not. I think we just kind of had small talk on the way down.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you clip 2, and if you can kind of give an idea of...
I'm just going to set this bag outside here. Okay. Is there anything else on you that I should know about? Like, just phone and... Perfect. Okay.
I don't think I have anything else.
Sounds good. Can I get you a water pop or anything like...
And where are you now?
This is at the Dubuque Law Enforcement Center in the CID area in an interview room.
Okay. And so far what we've seen as far as on the first clip and this clip, was that kind of the demeanor of Ms. Frey throughout the interview?
I guess her demeanor was, she had multiple different kind of emotions in demeanor during my interview with her, but generally, for the most part, I would describe her as fairly calm. I mean,
okay.
If you do have it.
I'll do a bottle of water. How about that? Yep. And then just give me a minute. I'll be back in. Okay. All right. Thanks, Kylie. Any of our guys down here? If so, could you start that? Yeah, Becky, if you would.
Okay, and there's one last clip that I'm going to play.
Okay.
Where were you at work?
Yeah,
Who came and told you?
I got a phone call from Megan, and then Gina called me saying to get there.
Damn fucking these people, seriously.
And so, as far as you know, nobody from law enforcement had gotten a hold of Kylie prior to showing up, correct?
As far as I know, that's correct.
Okay.
What?
Gina and all them, they need to stop calling people.
Well, they didn't tell me. I told them to tell me.
Oh.
But I'll call you once I'm done.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Well, we're probably gonna go to Grandma's. Do you need us to get you somewhere, or you just gotta go to Grandma's?
I'll let you know. Probably will need to come and get me.
What?
Probably will need to come and get me. I can't drive my car. My wheel drive needs to be fixed.
We can get you.
Okay.
Never mind. Never mind.
After I get tell you.
Never mind. I have a ride.
What?
I have a ride.
You have a ride?
Yeah, just go down there. I'll meet you down.
Okay, go to Grandma's with me then.
All right. Love you.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, we can get that happen for you. You're welcome. Again, my name's Chad. I'm a,
Were you there when I called about a guy coming to my house down across Comiskey?
how long ago?
Not that long ago.
I don't think so.
I wish it was longer.
The last time I was down at Comiskey was probably 3 weeks ago when there were some juvenile kids that broke out like the bus little hut thing, where like they were throwing some rocks at the glass where the bus comes picks them up, and they had broke that. So that was probably the last time I was down at Comiskey.
There was a guy at my house that I used to work for, or not work for, one of my customers actually came to my house confessing their love, Manic, and the guy that slipped my tire before that was the one who dropped off.
Not good.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
While I'm here, I'm so sorry, I'm all over the word. While I'm here, would I be able to ask about police report after this is done?
Yes, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, we'll knock this out. I'll get a little information from you, and then we can go on that, see what I can help you with, okay? So, let me describe your name here. It's Kylie?
Kylie.
K-Y? L-I-E. What's your middle name?
Anne, A-N-N-E.
And last name?
Frey, F-R-E-Y. Go by Daisy.
Okay, so the last name is officially Frey, but you go by Daisy. Gotcha, okay. And what's your date of birth?
3/18/2005.
And what's your current address?
2457 Jackson Street.
Is that a house or apartment?
It's a house, duplex.
Duplex. Upstairs or downstairs?
Downstairs. My
Downstairs.
brother lives upstairs.
Okay, so that's considered the half then? Okay. And what's the phone number for Kylie?
563-580-1950.
50. Okay. All right. So again, basically, I was just asked with trying to get some more information from you about what's going on today. Again, I'm very sorry for your mother's passing. And so, from what I gathered, just listening to you, it sounds like grandparents called you and told you about it.
No, I got a call. Well, first I got a call from my grandparents saying my neighbors are very close. We all have each other's numbers, or old neighbors.
Up on Avoca?
Yeah. The one saw that ambulance was outside. My grandma called saying, hey, there's an ambulance outside. Can you get to the house?
To you? Okay.
Can you get to the house? I said, at work I can't do much, I don't have a car. Then I texted Gina, which is the one that said she saw the ambulance. And I said, hey, what's going on? I don't know, there's ambulance, and I want to say she said Tyler was in cuffs. Pretty sure. And then I got a call from, who was it?
I want to say I called Gina back, or she called me. Someone called me, one of them, and they said, "You're here now." I said, "What's going on?" And of course, what's going on? Then they called me.
And who Gina told you?
I want to say Ron was on the phone, but it was on Gina's phone.
Gotcha. Okay, what time did your grandma call you saying that there's an ambulance at the house to get that?
She called. The first time was at 10.
10 o'clock exactly?
Well, it was 9:59 exactly.
9:59, perfect.
Sorry, I forgot you.
No, that's okay. And so, you said when she called you answered though, but you were at work?
Well, the first time I didn't answer, and then she called, or I called back, like right away.
Gotcha. Okay. And where do you work at?
Villages.
Villages? Gotcha. VI? That's a good place. How long have you been there for?
I just went back. I was there for about a year and a half. I have been there for about a year and a half. So I went back.
Sure. Okay. So you call grandma back, and that's the one on Washington Street, and that's when she tells you that there's an ambulance at the house and you got to go. But you
because
say
my grandma, the smallest thing, you have to get there.
yeah, right. And then you're at work, you're unable to go. Is that right?
Yeah. I don't have my car. My car needs to be fixed because
you have your car.
my tire being split, my all-wheel drive is messed up.
Oh.
Yeah, I love it. Just so much.
Okay.
That's why I'm so calm. Shit always happens.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's all good.
So then with you not having a vehicle, you're not able to get there, then what kind of happened next, or who?
The other different neighbor, I don't remember her name, I used to work with her at Target. I don't know her name. She came and got me.
Okay. What time was that at, do you know?
I can look. I have like 360 on myself. Jackson? Oh, we're on Jackson. I was like, why am I here? It was at 10:56, or no. Yeah, 10:56. I was thrown off because I thought the time was before my grandma calling, but 10:56 is when I left. And I got there at 10:59. And that's why I talked to y'all.
Oh, and that's when you talked to us there. Okay. And by that time, you already knew about what happened.
I knew on the phone, because she said, or Ron was like, come. And I was like, well, I can't really, being a waitress is kind of hard.
Sure.
And me personally, I don't really deal with that. Hence why I'm so calm, kind of.
Yeah.
But I was like, what's the point of me leaving? Like, it sounds kind of heartless, but it's not like I can do much now.
Sure.
But
have you had
with how they were reacting, I thought, okay.
You should go up, yeah. Have you had previous experiences with this? Why you kind of say that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a family member previously or friend?
He was my mom's ex-boyfriend, best friend. His name was Mike. He worked at Nendo.
Okay. How long ago was that?
About, I'd say, 7, 8 months.
Oh, so recently?
Yeah.
Okay. That didn't happen on, was that Wood Street?
It was across the bridge. It was in Marina or whatever that area is for the campgrounds.
Oh, okay. In East Dubuque there?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
He was in his trailer.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So by this time, you obviously you knew what was going on when you showed up to the house. Who all lives at the house?
It was my brother and my mom. And then
Okay. And mom's Jen, correct?
Yes.
Or does she go by Jennifer?
She goes by Jenny.
Jenny? Okay. And then brother is who again?
Tyler.
Tyler. And dog name?
Echo.
Echo? Gotcha. Okay. How long is it? Is it Jenny's house then?
Yeah.
And how long she lived there?
Okay. You can take down the. In your investigation, did you ever find out if she had any keys to the house?
I did not.
Okay. And some point during the investigation, she was saying some not nice things about Jenny. Is that correct?
Objection. This calls for hearsay. Calls for gossip.
It goes to her state of mind and also gives more context to the clips that we saw.
I'm going to allow it. You can answer the question. Go ahead.
Could you repeat it again, please?
Yeah. Kylie said some not so nice things about her mother, correct?
I remember her talking about.
And I don't necessarily need specifics, but just.
She explained that she was involved in a domestic with her mother, where she was allegedly had slapped her foot, as far as not things that were not nice.
Okay. Did she say anything else that was, and again, I don't want the specifics, but did she say anything else that would be not as nice?
I'm going to renew my
Well, this time you asked him, what did she say? I'm going to sustain the objection on hearsay.
And during the, or at least at the beginning and towards the end, did she seem concerned about this criminal mischief charge she was a victim of?
objection. Not relevant, and also calls for him to speculate as to what's going on in his brain.
Well, I think your question was, did she seem concerned?
Yes.
You can testify about what you observed. Go ahead.
At the beginning of our interview, she did ask about like a status update on her criminal mischief case that she reported in December. Yes.
And did she ask about it again at the end?
I do not remember.
Would it help refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of your report?
Yes.
I'll move on to a different question. Were you able to get possible passcodes for Jennifer Dazey's phone?
Kylie provided me 2 potential passcodes for her phone that I passed on to Criminal Investigations Division.
And do you recall if she mentioned anything about the Ring doorbells?
I do not.
Okay. Would that refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of your report?
Yes.
These questions are calling for hearsay, basically diving into the content of that hearsay.
Well, this question is, would it refresh your recollection? He said yes. Go ahead with your next question.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
And just for clarification, you're just saying go forward?
Yes. Go ahead and ask the next question you were going to ask.
And I don't want you to read it out loud. I want you to take a look yourself. And be this first paragraph.
Okay, I read it.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not she mentioned the Ring doorbell?
You can answer yes or no.
Yes.
And did she end up mentioning the Ring doorbell?
Yes, she did mention the Ring doorbell.
Okay. Did she give any indication where the ring doorbell system would be?
I don't remember. If I read that line in my report, I could probably tell you.
Okay, may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
You can answer yes or no if you remember the question.
Could you repeat that again, please?
Yes. Did she give any indication where the account for her mother's Ring doorbell would be?
Yes.
And if you can recall, where was that? The account, where would the account be?
Her mother's cell phone.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, please, Your Honor. May I please publish Exhibit 8? Okay, Lieutenant, can you tell from these photos what the material of those steps is?
Appears to be wood.
Okay. Mr. Hoover, can we put up that photo of the prints? Okay. And can you tell from looking at this photo what the material is underneath the snow and the melted snow? Do you want to look at the actual picture?
No, that's okay. It appears to be concrete.
Okay. So that would not be on any one of those steps, correct, Lieutenant?
That's correct. The step material didn't, from that image, appear to be concrete.
Okay. And that concrete would be closer to the driveway area, correct?
Yes, the driveway was concrete.
Okay. Now, there was that brief discussion about the prints in that photo. Okay, that photo isn't very great because snow is white and it's hard to discern what's in there. Is that accurate?
That's true.
Okay. So did you look at all the photos of the exterior when you were investigating or in preparation for trial?
Yes.
And you said you looked at those photos up close?
That's correct.
Okay. Were they human prints?
No, as I said before, it appeared that they were an animal or more specifically deer footprints.
Okay. Now, there was the footage of Ms. Frey and your initial contact with her and things of that nature that Mr. Hoover discussed with you. Did you observe her to cry and tear up at moments throughout all of your contact with her?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, in the end of that third clip, does she appear to be wiping a tear from her face?
That's correct. That's when she began to tear up or cry.
Okay. And I believe she said in that third clip, "I love it. It's so much. That's why I'm so calm. Shit always happens. And I don't do death or I don't handle death." Do you remember her saying that to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, because sometimes my memory isn't always the best, but you said you are an officer for Dubuque for 9 years.
Yes.
How old of a man are you, Lieutenant?
I am 31 years old.
Okay. And in your 9 years as an officer, and 31 years, have you had multiple calls with people responding to death or grief?
Yes,
And would you say they all respond in the same way?
I would not. It really varies on call to call, on how people handle death, grief, and then, of course, being questioned by the police afterwards.
Okay, it's a traumatic, stressful experience.
I would say so.
Would you be able to say you would be able to predict how a certain person would respond to grief or trauma?
No.
So you wouldn't say that the way she reacted is unusual, generally speaking?
No.
Nothing else.
Mr. Hoover?
Would you say there's a difference in how women and men react to bad news?
I guess I can answer that in general.
Yeah, in general.
I would suggest that men try to be a little bit tougher, hold tears back, where sometimes women can be more emotional. But again, it just, in my 9 years of being a police officer and just responded to quite a few death calls, it's really just across the board on how people react to them.
And there's no doubt in your mind that there were footprints on the stairs themselves, correct?
I never physically walked up to those stairs and looked at them. I can say that it certainly appeared that someone had stepped on those stairs or there's footprints because that snow was patted down.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Nothing else.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Another witness for the state?
It's 10 to 2. Would you like to take a break, Judge?
We can, if that's a good natural spot for you.
Right before the next witness to come up, so we can there's also other items to bring down.
Okay, that's fine. Folks, we'll take a 10 or 15 minute bathroom break for everyone. Remember the admonition, keep an open mind about everything, report back to the jury room.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated, everyone. Okay, another witness for the state.
Thank you, Judge. State calls Investigator Isaiah Hoff.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
It's Isaiah Hoff, Isaiah Hoff.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Investigator Hoff. How are you today?
Doing well, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. And you are employed for the City of Dubuque Police Department.
That's correct.
How long have you been employed as a police officer?
Approximately 12 and a half years.
Okay. And what is your current designation in the City of Dubuque Police Department?
Currently, I'm a corporal within the Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. And let's start with the Criminal Investigations Division. What is that?
It is a unit within the department full of basically detectives. We handle felony level crimes, kind of more complex investigations, things like that. It's a special assignment separate from patrol.
And it's kind of almost like a referral. Patrol starts to handle something and then would refer to the Criminal Investigations Division.
Yeah, that's a good way to phrase it.
Okay. And prior to you, how long have you been employed then in the Criminal Investigations Division again?
This is my second stint. I did 18 months in the unit back in 2018 to 2020. I took a promotion, returned to the street, and then I returned again back about 2 years ago.
Okay. And just like the others, it goes corporal, lieutenant, captain, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so in order to become a police officer, what kind of training did you, or certifications did you receive?
Well, I got my bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I was hired on by the Dubuque Police Department back in 2012. I attended the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy where I got my law enforcement certification, passed the FTO, the Field Training Officer Program, became a police officer here, and then that's really what you need to become a police officer.
Okay. And you are also required to maintain certifications, get updated trainings and things of that nature. Are all yours up to date?
Yeah, I mean, part of the being in the in CID, it does require some additional trainings and certifications. So once you're selected as a detective, you get sent to certain trainings like sex abuse investigation, crime scene investigation, homicide investigation, interview and interrogation, kind of these specialty trainings that you're going to be called upon to use as a detective.
Okay, and just to clarify, when you say CID, that's a shortened way of saying Criminal Investigations Division,
Yeah,
correct?
that's the acronym that we use for the department.
Okay. And so why don't you just tell me generally about how CID takes on a case?
So there are really two different ways that CID can get involved in a case. The first would be kind of that referral form. A patrol officer may respond to a theft or a robbery. They may take the initial report and recognize, hey, there's no need for immediate action on this tonight, but this is going to require some specialty training. So that will get sent off to the CID division. That will then be referred off to us, a day, a week later, and then we would pick up that investigation. The other way that we get involved in investigations is if there's a major crime that had just occurred, there's an active crime scene, there's leads that need to be followed up with immediately, we are called out to the scene. So patrol will basically, they'll initially respond, they'll recognize, hey, this is something we need some additional expertise in. We need CID to respond to the scene. If we're on duty, we'll leave the station and respond to the scene. If it's after hours, they'll call us at our home, middle of the night or whatever, and we're told to come and respond in.
Is it fair to say that any type of potential homicide would be something referred to the Criminal Investigations Division?
Yes, it's pretty standard for any unattended or suspicious death to at least require one, if not two, investigators to come out and just kind of, review the scene and assist in processing.
Okay. And on January 18th, 2024, you were called in to assist to a case investigation, just like you described.
Yes.
And where was that at?
1605 Avoca Street,
And what county is that in, investigator?
Dubuque County.
And what was, I'm assuming you then responded to 1605 Avoca Street.
Yeah, so what had happened was we were all, many of the investigators were in the basement at the law enforcement center doing an unrelated training. Officers down there did have radios on. We could hear that patrol units had responded to 1605 Avoca Street for a suspicious death. Listening to the radio traffic, it wasn't quite clear what was going on, but it was evident from the radio traffic that it was kind of a chaotic scene. Lots of officers were responding. They were requesting additional units. We basically got up, left the training, went upstairs, grabbed our go bags, which is our evidence processing gear, and we all hopped in the car and headed out to 1605 Avoca Street to assist.
Okay, so once you arrived, what happened?
So I arrived on scene. Officers were still an active scene. I made contact with a couple of officers on the perimeter, one of them being Lieutenant Krael. Tried to gather some additional details about what was going on. As we're kind of talking, it's communicated to us that there was still one individual inside, possibly one individual inside the house who was unaccounted for, the person that had been witnessed by Christy Fullman upon her arrival. As we're standing out there, one of the officers comes on over the radio and basically says, we have one in custody inside the house. It was at that time.
I'm going to pause you for just a second. One in custody in the house. Tell me very generically what that means.
That is just a very generic term. If someone is placed in handcuffs, detained, it's just one in custody to alert the other officers outside that there is one person detained inside the house.
Okay, and I want you to continue explaining. So you said that you heard over the radio one was in custody. And as you're explaining, I did set up State's Exhibit 4A, which is the diagram, if you want to point out areas that will assist you in your explanation. Okay, so after you heard we have one in custody, what did you do?
So I'm assuming you guys are all kind of familiar with the layout of this. This area on top would be Avoca Street. I was kind of gathered outside of the house up here. When we had heard that there was one in custody, I then entered through the front door into the enclosed porch and then into the house. I drew my service pistol to basically assist with the clearing of the home.
Okay, and so once you arrived inside the home, what did you do?
So officers were, they were in this bedroom on the back side of the house. So again, I came through here into that little hallway and into this bedroom.
What did you see when you walked into the bedroom?
So Officer Slight had one person detained in handcuffs. This individual was completely nude. He was on his left side, kind of facing the wall away from me. And he was more or less trying to talk to or communicate with this individual.
Okay, and did you know at that point who that individual was?
I did not. Officer Slight was calling this individual Tyler, kept using his name. I learned later that, again, Christy Fullman had informed officers that Tyler was the individual inside the house who was still unaccounted for, and I believe Officer Slight had some prior interaction.
Sustained. Ask another question.
Okay, so you had heard him referred to as Tyler. Did you learn his full identity at some point throughout the investigation?
Yes, he was positively identified as Tyler Dazey.
The defendant in this case?
That is correct.
Okay, so you saw him in the corner of the room, and you heard Officer Slight talking to him a bit. What did you do at that point?
Well, officers were still in the process of clearing the residence when I had arrived. The basement had been cleared and the main level was cleared. One thing that isn't shown on this diagram is, I'm going to try not to hit you with this laser. I'm really sorry if I do. So in this back bedroom, there is a door that leads to a stairwell that leads up to an attic. When I entered into the residence, that still hadn't been cleared. So there were multiple patrol officers who were in the process of clearing that attic. I basically stood by with Officer Slight while we waited for the house to be fully cleared.
Okay, and did the other officers clear the whole house?
Yes, and no one else was located inside the home.
Okay, so after that was completed, what happened next?
Mr. Dazey, Tyler, he was rolled over onto his side.
Okay, and what did you observe about him?
So again, he was fully nude, as I stated. When he was rolled over, Mr. Dazey did have an erection.
Okay, the objection's overruled. Go ahead, you can finish your answer.
So when he was rolled over, I noted, and as did the other officers in the room, that Tyler, his penis was fully erect, based off statements with Officer Slight. You know, he was the one who was handling Tyler. He made the comment that he felt a little wet.
Okay, did you have to help him up?
Yes, he was helped to his feet because he was handcuffed behind his back, yes.
Okay, did he make any mention of any injuries or anything of that nature?
He had some complaint about pain in his wrist. Officer Slight did readjust his handcuffs. He had, again, continued complaints about his wrist, but kind of stated that it always kind of hurts him.
Do you recall which wrist?
I believe it was his right wrist.
Okay, and so initially in that clip, Tyler was handcuffed. Can you explain to me why you did that?
So officers had entered into a very chaotic scene. There was a obvious homicide that had occurred within the home. They had located Tyler inside the house where this had happened. They really had no further details as to what had occurred, what his level of involvement in this was. The scene was still being searched. It was an active crime scene. It's just a step that is taken to secure all individuals until we kind of have a chance to take a deep breath, figure out what's going on, come up with a plan of attack.
Okay, so you said that he had been secured and helped up, and while Officer Slight was with Tyler getting him secured, what did you do during that time?
I stood by with him at one point. Once the residence was secured, I did step off into the master bedroom over here where Jennifer Dazey was located.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
No. Investigator, I'm handing you what I previously marked as State's Exhibit 9. Can you tell me what this is a photo of?
This is a photograph of the view of the master bedroom from the door, showing the bed and then the deceased body of Jennifer Dazey.
Is that how that bedroom appeared on January 18, 2024 when you were on scene at 1605 Avoca Street?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 9.
No objection, Your Honor. 9 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Okay, can you use your laser pointer there and point out what you were looking at in this photo while you were on scene?
Yep, so this would be a view if you were standing in that door right here looking into the room. You can see the large bed. You can see Jennifer Dazey. You can't tell from these photos, but it was clear in person that she was missing 2 of her fingers on her right hand. One had been completely severed. The other one was just barely hanging on by a small amount of flesh. There was a significant amount of blood pooled around her neck. The way she was positioned and the positioning of the sheets kind of created like a pool, an area where the blood pooled and didn't really have much of a place to go. So she had significant injuries to her face and her neck, which was responsible for the large amount of blood that was pooling around her.
Okay, and at this point, you're still dealing with Tyler. You just went in for a cursory view of that scene. You hadn't started processing it at this point.
Exactly.
Okay, so you took a look of the bedroom, and did you return then to assist with Tyler?
I did.
What did you do with him?
So Tyler was placed into a Tyvek suit. We just knew based off the totality of the circumstances that we were not going to allow him to remain in the home while we processed the scene. Because he was naked and fully erect, and it was cold out, we didn't want to parade him outside, again, due to the weather and, to protect him from being put in an embarrassing situation. We wanted to get him covered up. We were also concerned about any possible trace evidence on his person. Trace evidence would be any smaller evidence such as dirt, small amounts of blood, hairs that could be damaged or brushed away easily. The decision was made at that point to put him in what we call a Tyvek suit. That's basically a full jumpsuit that kind of seals everything in. It's kind of what you see like hazmat guys wear. They've got the booties, zips up, covers up the hands. It's a hood and everything. And so we made the decision to put him in that one to fully cover him up so he wasn't naked when he left the home. And also if there was any physical evidence on him, that would then be left in the suit and couldn't be destroyed or tampered with.
Okay, so, and he was still in the bedroom, in his bedroom when you officers put him in the Tyvek suit?
That's correct.
Okay, and then where did you all go from there?
So again, the decision was made to bring him out of the home. He was escorted from his bedroom into the living room, and while we were standing in the living room, we more or less we're working to determine what exactly should happen with him, whether he should be brought directly to the law enforcement center for possible processing and an interview, or if he needed some additional medical attention.
Okay, and did he say anything to you while you were observing him, or did he say anything while you were observing him?
We asked him numerous times if he had taken any drugs or anything like that, if he was doing okay, if he was hurt. He denied taking any drugs, denied being hurt other than his wrist, which was previously addressed. He made the comment, I'm good, I'm good. At one point he told us that he had to urinate. We asked him if he would be willing to wait for a little bit until we got him somewhere where he could do that, and basically he made the decision to urinate in a suit while we were standing in the living room.
So his appearance gave law enforcement some concerns that he needed to be checked out at the hospital.
Yes, there were numerous reasons why we were concerned. He didn't appear to grasp the gravity of the situation. The fact that there were multiple officers inside his house, that he was being detained in handcuffs, that he was being escorted out of his home, didn't really respond the way you would expect someone to respond. Didn't ask a lot of questions about what was going on, why we were there, what was going on. We were unsure if he had, again, taken some sort of drug or some other substance, alcohol, something like that. If he had possibly witnessed something, well, something traumatic happened in the home, had something happened to him, had he witnessed something, was this some sort of PTSD type of response? We had no idea, we're not doctors. We just wanted to get him in front of some medical professionals who kind of better evaluate him.
Okay, so did you take him to the hospital?
I did not.
Okay, do you know who did?
I'm not positive who transported him up there.
That's okay. Did you have any other personal contact with the defendant after he was taken to the hospital?
After he left the house, no.
Okay. So Tyler is now gone from the scene. What happened next?
We kind of regrouped inside the home, kind of talked about what needed to happen next, kind of talked about what everyone's observations were. We recognized that we were going to need to apply for a search warrant before we could process the scene. Basically, there's two ways that we're able to go into a private residence and remain there in basically do our police work. One is to be invited in and allowed to do that. The other would be to obtain a search warrant. We knew in this case it was going to require a search warrant, so we kind of met up, talked about what everyone had seen so that we had all the available information when it came to drafting the search warrant.
Okay, and you were the one who drafted all those search warrants, right?
Yes.
Before you did that, did you observe anything noteworthy in the house?
I did. So there was like a nylon sheath or a holster on the dining room table. Again, the dining room would be located here. At the time, there was a table in the corner. On that table was a black nylon sheath that said SOG, S-O-G. I was not familiar with that brand, but Officer Slight informed me that this is a sustained. Ask another question.
Okay. You learned that matches some kind of an item.
Yes, so well, yeah, I mean, you're asking what he was told by someone else. Ask another question.
Did you on your own do any investigation as to what that item was?
Yes, I performed numerous Google searches. I located a brand called SOG, which specializes in tactical knives and hatchets.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
10. Handing you what say is marked as State's Exhibit 10. Can you take a look through those? I think there's 3 there. Okay, and what are those photos of?
It's 3 different photos of basically the same thing. It's kind of an overall photograph of that dining room area. It's a closer view of that table in the corner of the dining room, and then it's a close-up shot of the nylon SOG brand tactical hatchet holster.
Okay, and does this appear the same way as it did to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 10.
No objection. 10 is admitted.
And publish.
Yes.
Okay, the first photo in that group, Investigator, can you point out what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so again, this would be, the photographer was kind of standing in that, next to kind of those pillars that, the partial walls that separate the living room from the dining room. Looking back towards the kitchen, you can see the refrigerator in the background. Off to the right-hand side is that table that I previously referred to.
Okay, I'm sorry, did you point out what was on the table?
So it's tough to see from this view, but right here would be the SOG brand holster.
Okay, and can you just point out again on the diagram where this room is and where the pillars you referenced is?
So this would be where the photographer is standing, and then the shot is going to be shooting this way, kind of into the dining room, into the kitchen.
Okay, and then here's what is saying. Tell me about this photo.
Just a slightly different angle, closer view of the table. Off to the right-hand side is the small hallway in the bathroom.
Okay, and the item still on the table there?
Yep.
Okay, and what is this?
Again, that's the nylon sheath or the nylon holster, which was located on the table.
Okay, do you know what that is next to it there?
Dog toy.
Okay. All right, so we previously talked about you drafting the search warrants. Tell me exactly what you drafted search warrants for.
So I drafted 2 different search warrant applications. One was for the person of Tyler Dazey. We treat people's bodies as a separate residence, or we still need permission before we can process their body. As part of his search warrant application, I had requested that we be able to take any photographs of his person. I asked that we obtain any blood evidence that may be on his person, and then collect any trace evidence through either fingernail clippings or scrapings, obtain his known DNA from what we call known buccal swabs, obtain penile swabs from him, just process his body for any trace evidence. The second search warrant I drafted was for the actual residence at 1605 Avoca Street. That search warrant included a request to search and seize any blood evidence inside the home, any trace evidence, any latent fingerprints, and specifically it named that we were searching and looking to seize any sharp bladed instruments, anything that could possibly create the injuries from what we saw on Miss Dazey.
Okay, so let's get started then with the search warrant for the home at 1605 Avoca Street. May I approach?
Yes.
11. I'm handing you what I marked as State's Exhibit 11. It's a packet of photos. Can you look through all of them and just tell me in a very generic sense what they are?
So these are overall photographs of the interior of the residence at 1605 Avoca Street.
And do they appear in these photos how they appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 11.
No objection. 11 is admitted.
Publish, please.
Yes.
Okay. Investigator, we'll just kind of go through these photos one by one. You can also reference the diagram here to show context to where they're at as you're discussing them, okay? In the first photo here, what are we looking at?
So the photographer would be inside the enclosed porch. That would be the front door leading into the living room. One thing to note here, it's a little bit hazy, but this would be a Ring doorbell that would be mounted on the front of the home.
Okay. And then looking in through that door, can you point out where those pillars are?
Yeah, so this would be the pillar on the north side of the room.
Okay. The next photo here, what are we looking at?
So this is an additional view of the living room. Again, this is the opposite pillar on the south side of the room. You can kind of see into the dining room area. This would be the door to the kitchen. This is a sectional L-shaped couch. Right here is something to note. What we believe to be the family dog was located kind of underneath these blankets.
Kind of wrapped up in the blanket?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, this photo, what are we looking at?
So this is, I misspoke, it's not a sectional or L-shaped couch, it's just kind of set up in an L, but this would be the kind of the corner of the home. The couch kind of goes in that L shape. The dog would be located up here. This would be the coffee creamer that Christy Folman brought by for morning coffee and set on that end table.
Okay, and that chair that's next to that table, that's against the wall facing Avoca Street, the front of the home.
Yeah, so this is along the front of the home. This is along the south end of the home.
Okay. All right, what are we looking at in this photo?
Again, these pillars are just going to keep coming up as a kind of a frame of reference, but this would be the pillar. This would be our living room. This is the table where the nylon sheath was located. This would be the entrance into that small hallway that gave access to the bedrooms. This would be what we later learned was Jennifer Dazey's purse.
Okay, and if you're in that doorway and you went and you turned right, whose bedroom would you be going to?
Jennifer's.
If you turned left?
Tyler's.
All right. Okay, where are we at here, investigator?
Again, we're back in the dining room. Our table is directly off to right-hand side here into the kitchen. You can't see it, but you can access the basement through a door here, and you kind of access a back, like, mudroom pantry area through that little opening there.
Okay, do you have any knowledge as to what room Chrissy Fullman was in when officers were there?
My understanding is that she was located in the back of the house here.
Okay, in that pantry type area that you called it?
Mudroom area, yeah.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
This is just an additional view. You'd be standing right next to the refrigerator here. This would be the pantry mudroom and then the exit out of the home. If you walk into this room and take a quick left, that would be the way to exit the residence.
Okay. Then this photo?
Again, that's just the door leading to the outside from the back of the house.
Okay. And here?
So this is a shot into Tyler's bedroom. If you're standing next to the bathroom, which is right here, looking in, this would have been the view of the officers who first encountered Tyler. He would have been laying among these blankets, and he would have been facing the wall there.
Okay. And here?
This would be if you turned 180 degrees around, you're now looking back down the hallway into Jennifer's room.
Okay, that's the last one on that. I will be putting up more shortly, just so you know, okay? All right, so that was the general layout of the house. When you searched the residence more thoroughly, did you start in the kitchen?
I did.
Tell me about, did you observe anything in the kitchen, anything collected for evidence?
Nothing collected for evidence, sir.
Okay. Observe anything that made you concerned or anything in the kitchen area whatsoever?
No blood evidence in there.
Any signs of a disturbance?
No.
Okay. After the kitchen then, what did you process next?
I believe the next place I went into was the bedroom where Tyler Dazey was located.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
12. Handing you what I marked as State's Exhibit 12. It's a group of just 3 photos. What are those photos of?
Photos of Tyler's room.
And that's how it appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yep.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 12.
No objection, Your Honor. 12 is admitted.
Okay. The first photo, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
Again, the photographer would be standing in the doorway. This is the makeshift bed. Tyler didn't actually have a bed in his room. He just kind of slept on various blankets and comforters. That's where he would have been located. Right here is the door to the attic, which I mentioned or noted previously.
Okay. And here?
Just an additional view. This is a large Cobalt brand tool chest that he had in his room.
And was there a backpack in there?
There is, yep.
Okay. Did you learn anything about that backpack?
Yeah, so once it came time to actually search the room, search the residence, located, I believe Captain Stile located at least 2 knives in that bag.
Okay. Tactical gear, is that what you'd call it?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the next photo?
Again, that's just an additional view of the large Cobalt tool chest, which he had in his room.
Okay. Did you see any blood splatter in that room?
I did not.
Did you see any disturbance of any sort?
No.
And did you locate anything that had identifying information for Tyler Dazey?
I did, yeah.
Tell me about that.
Yeah, it was clear that he was living in the room. There were There in the laundry baskets here, there were numerous shirts from Tri-State Quality Metals that had Tyler embroidered across the chest.
Okay, and was Tyler Dazey's wallet or driver's license also located within the home?
Within the home, yes.
Okay. Did you notice any blood splatter, or did you collect anything from that room?
We did collect some things from that room. We didn't collect any, again, there was no blood spatter within the room, but we did collect certain things from the room. We collected all the blankets that he was kind of using as a makeshift bed that he had kind of been wrapped up when we first came in contact with him.
Did any of those items appear to have any blood on them?
Not that we observed, no.
Okay. So after you went there, did you assist in the search of the bathroom?
I did.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
13. Handing you what I previously marked as State's Exhibit 13. Take a look through that group. And what is this a group of photos of?
Just some additional photos of the bathroom.
Okay, and is that how it appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 13.
No objection, Your Honor. 13 is admitted.
Okay, we'll go through these one by one again. Tell me what we're looking at in this photo.
We're just looking into the bathroom from the hallway. We kind of noted that there were several towels that were kind of tossed down on the floor, kicked against the bathtub. Looked like someone had showered and just kind of left the towels there.
Okay, so the shower curtain is obviously where the shower is located.
Yep.
Where is the toilet and sink located if you're looking at this photo?
So it's a really small bathroom. If you walk in and kind of turn off to your right, you're going to locate the sink, and then the toilet's kind of tucked in the corner.
Okay, so the toilet is right behind that door?
Yes.
Okay. All right, what are we looking at here then?
So again, that's the sink. We can see the tub over here. We can see the bathroom over here.
Okay. Does it appear from this that there's some kind of shelf above the toilet?
Yes.
All right, next one.
So this is an additional photo of the shelving unit. If a man stood to use the toilet, they would be kind of facing those shelves. Those shelves would kind of be at varying levels, kind of like shoulder length or shoulder height, head height, stuff like that. This is a SOG brand tactical tomahawk that was resting on the shelves. It was the top part, the actual hatchet was, or the tomahawk was on the shelving unit, but a majority of the actual handle was kind of just left dangling off, almost as though someone had just like quickly set it down and it was right there.
Okay. All right, and then this photo?
So again, it's just an additional photo of how the tactical tomahawk had been set down on top of the shelf. Again, this just kind of better demonstrates how much of that handle was hanging out and how it's almost just like, you know, resting on there. And again, the toilet would be directly below it. If a man was standing in front of the toilet to use it, basically you'd get poked with that hatchet the way it was sticking out. It's a very tight squeeze in that bathroom.
Okay, what's that item next to the blade of the hatchet?
So this is just some sort of vape. Again, whether it was nicotine or THC, I don't have an answer to that, but it was some sort of vape device.
Okay. Then here, what are we looking at?
Just an additional photo, again, showing the top of that tactical tomahawk, a better shot of the vape pen, or the vape device.
Okay. So did you collect that hatchet then?
Yeah, the first person into the bathroom actually collected it, but I assisted with the packaging of that hatchet.
Okay, so you assisted with the packaging of the hatchet. What did you do with it after it was packaged?
Once it was packaged, it was set aside for transport to the law enforcement center and then further processing at the state lab.
Okay, at the state crime lab?
Yes.
Okay, and did you package it up and send it to them in its entirety, or did you do any testing on that hatchet first?
No, based off what we were seeing inside the house, we believed there would be some trace evidence on there. When it comes to evidence, kind of the more you kind of handle stuff, tamper with it, move it around, the more likelihood you have of destroying the integrity of that evidence. Something like that, we just want to put it in a box, seal it up, and let someone with even additional training and experience kind of run their tests on there.
So when you sent it to the lab, what kind of testing were you anticipated they would do on this item?
We made some requests for a couple of different kinds of testing. We wanted them to test for DNA and blood evidence, and we also asked that they test for latent fingerprints or anything like that might be on there.
Okay, very good. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, I'm handing you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 14 and State's Exhibit 15. I'm going to hand you 15 first. What is 15?
So 15 is the SOG brand nylon sheath that keeps being mentioned, which was located on the dining room table.
Okay, and I would move to admit State's Exhibit 15.
No objection. 15 is admitted.
And then 14, I realized I put the sticker on the outside of this evidence box, okay? Tell me what is contained within the box.
So inside that box is a sealed SOG tactical tomahawk, which is sealed in heat seal plastic. Also in there are some swabs which were collected by the DCI laboratory in relation to their testing, which are sealed in a separate package.
Okay, and there's tape and things, you guys always package evidence to ensure the chain of custody, so no foreign hands, so to speak, are on it?
That's correct.
Okay, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 14.
And just look at the box. Yes, absolutely.
I'm gonna have him open it.
Okay.
So I just didn't want to touch it myself, so I was gonna have him open it. Do you want to see it? Oh, that's fine. We can take the label off. We can put a new label on the inside. Okay.
Your Honor, just for the record, no objection as long as the box doesn't go back.
Exhibit 14 is admitted.
Okay. If you want to open that, investigator, and then when you are done, can the witness step down to show the jury judge?
Yes.
Okay. If you could step down as soon as you're done and bring both items and show them to the jury.
So this would be the tactical tomahawk, which we located in the bathroom. Again, this wasn't how it was initially packaged. It was kind of repackaged for purposes of presentation to you guys today. So this would have been what was collected, packaged, and sent to the lab for testing. And then here, Exhibit 15, this again would be that nylon holster, which would have been located on the kitchen table. And again, so it was pretty evident to us that these belong together.
Okay. And then, may I approach again, Judge?
Yes.
I put the sticker. Okay, and then we'll just put that in that box. I'll take that. Sorry, just give me 1 second, okay?
Can we take that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So you sent that item in for testing and you continue to process the bathroom. Did you collect any items from the bathroom or any specimens?
Yeah, so we, again, we collected that vape. We collected those towels that were kind of balled up on the ground in front of the tub. Because again, it looked as though someone had, the last person who showered may have tossed those down once they were wrapped up. There was a towel hanging on the towel rack, which was also seized. We did seize the shower curtain. There was kind of a pinkish reddish substance on it. Didn't look like it was quite consistent with blood, but whenever we're processing a crime scene, we would rather take more and find out we don't need it, or find out later it wasn't blood than leave evidence at the scene. We also collected a swab from the sink. Inside the sink, there was what looked like a blood droplet on the sink, and so that dried blood would have been collected. We also collected a swab from the area around the bathtub drain. We attempted to remove the drain to kind of access the P-trap to maybe access any trace evidence. We were unable to, so we had to settle for kind of swabbing that area to hopefully collect any trace evidence.
Okay, and you also saw items that you swabbed in the living room and the hallway?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Joey. 16 and 17. I'll first hand you State's Exhibit 16. Take a look at those photos.
Yep.
Okay, and what generally is depicted within those photos?
Just kind of the areas that where swabs were collected when we processed the bathroom.
Okay, and then number 17.
Okay.
And what are those?
Would have been possible blood spatter, which was located in the living room, dining room, and hallway.
Okay, and these photos looked as the scene did to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 16 and 17.
16 and 17 are both admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
All right, investigator. You were talking, I believe, about the item depicted in this photo. Can you explain it just again?
So this is the shower curtain. This is kind of that pinkish reddish substance that was on there. You know, we seized the whole curtain just in case, but looking at it closely, it certainly looked much more like maybe nail polish or paint or something than blood. It's just too bright and pink.
Okay. And then here in this photo?
Yeah, so this is the bathroom sink. Placard number 9 marks the dried blood droplet in the sink. That photo is kind of washed out. I can't point out exactly where that blood droplet is in the photo, but there was one present there, and that was collected.
And it was close somewhere to the drain, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then this one, I'm sorry, these photos are not great. But what's in this one?
That's the bathtub drain. Again, the area that we kind of swabbed was just kind of around there with the hopes of possibly collecting some trace evidence.
Okay. Okay, that's it. And then we'll move on to Exhibit 17. What are we looking at here?
We are back in the living room. There is some dried blood on the floor by number 2. Number 3 was just what appeared to be a fiber. It was just, we didn't know whether or not it would have been trace evidence or not, so it was placarded. Number 1 indicates the deceased dog that we located on the couch, Echo.
What about number 4 in the back of that photo?
Yep, so number 4 is some additional dried blood that was located on the floor. Again, this is kind of those pillars that we keep referencing. That pillars that kind of separates the living room from the dining room.
Okay. And then this photo?
So this is just outside of Jennifer's room. The carpeted area would be the entrance to Jennifer Dazey's room. Both 5 and 6. Number 5 is more visible. dried blood on the floor. 6 also marked a spot of dried blood on the floor.
Okay, so you collected swabs from those items.
Yes.
Okay, can you just explain how you do that?
Yeah, so anytime we're dealing with blood spatter on items that are too big for us to just fully collect, again, something like a hatchet, we'll just pick it up and preserve all of that. Well, we're not going to dig up the floor to send that off, so we have to collect the blood. So what we do is we'll take oversized cotton swab, we'll kind of wet it with some sterile water, and then as you rub that stain, it kind of, I guess you could say, rehydrates the blood, and then it transfers from the floor onto that swab. That swab is then placed in a box, a small box. That box is then sealed up in a envelope, and then that is how we collect that swab. We can then send that swab off to the lab, and they're able to do their testing with the evidence on the tip of the swab.
Okay, I think now is a good time to kind of chat about that preliminary investigation and sending items to the lab, okay? The Iowa Crime Lab sources our entire state, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so every police department will send items to the Iowa Crime Lab.
That's correct.
Okay, so when you are initially investigating a case, can you pick up everything and send it to the Iowa Crime Lab?
No, they have a general rule, which isn't a hard and fast rule, but it's something that they certainly try to go by. They allow you to send 10, what's called 10 probative items. So items which could contain trace evidence that would be that they would need to run some tests on. So if you go to a crime scene, something like this, you may collect 30 plus swabs, you may collect, numerous shirts, shoes, all of that. Well, they don't have the resources to test 30, 40, 50 pieces of evidence for every single crime that gets submitted to them, because again, they service every single police department in the state. So they kind of have that set 10 rule. So after we do our initial processing, we kind of have a meeting, talk about what evidence did we collect, what value could we gain if we send these off to be tested, what are the pros, what are the cons, and then we kind of come up with that list of 10 that we want to send off for testing.
And some of those items were these swabs and the hatchet.
Yes.
And why would that be?
Well, again, based off what we saw on scene, the hatchet certainly appeared to be associated with the crime, and we believe there could be some significant trace evidence on there that could be helpful in the prosecution of this case. Additionally, we want to test those blood swabs throughout the house to verify who that blood belongs to, either confirm, yes, it is Jennifer's blood, or it belongs to an unidentified individual who possibly was leaving the scene and was bleeding as they left.
Okay. So you collected those swabs. What else did you observe in that living room?
Again, we kind of touched on that.
We don't need this up. Did you see the dog in the living room?
Yeah, we touched on Echo. He was, again, kind of wrapped up in some sheets. So only part of his back was kind of visible. You could see there was blood. You could kind of see his curly golden hair. We collected that blanket that was he was wrapped up in, because it was covered in blood. And then we were kind of able to better examine Echo and his injuries.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
18. Handing you what I marked as State's Exhibit 18. Can you look through those? What are those photos of?
Those would be pictures of Echo.
Okay, and is that how he appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 18.
No objection.
18 is admitted.
And then may I publish?
Yes.
Okay, the first photo in group 18.
So this is more or less how Echo was positioned upon officer's arrival. And he's kind of wrapped up in that black and white blanket. Again, his golden fur is kind of visible coming out of the top of that blanket.
Okay. The next photo.
And that's Echo.
So at some point, law enforcement took him out of the blanket.
Yes, again, I think we worked to like gently unwrap that blanket to kind of expose his whole body so we could better view him, better view his injury.
Okay, and where is his injury in this photo?
It's going to be the top part of his head. You can kind of see that his golden fur is kind of matted down with blood. The blood's kind of then spilled onto the blanket.
And there's a lot of hair in there. So can you point out like where his eyes and nose would have been?
Yeah, so Echo's nose is right here. Eyes, very shaggy hair, but eyes are kind of up in here. And so that injury is kind of going to be center of the head.
Okay. And then this is?
Just another close up of the blood matted fur.
Okay. And then this?
That was Echo. We again kind of moved him back a little bit to get a better shot. Again, we didn't collect swabs from here, but I believe that a lot of this was like, dried blood and urine and stuff like that from Echo.
Okay. Okay, we can take those down. And the dog was ultimately taken where for an examination?
So Officer Slight took him to Vanderloo and White for an exam.
Anything else you processed or observed or took a look at from the living room, dining room, kitchen, bathroom, or Tyler's room that was of relevance to this investigation?
Yes, part of our investigation is, verifying no signs of forced entry. Part of that involves looking at windows, stuff like that. Again, their screens were intact, windows were intact, no signs of any forced entry through any of the windows.
Okay. Was there any money located?
Yes. So in one of those photos, I pointed out Jennifer's purse. That was kind of just sitting out there in plain view. I did go through her purse. There was some small amount of cash, I think under $100 in there. There was a check written out that was in the purse. But yeah, that was all there and present.
Okay. Wasn't there money located in other portions of the house too?
Yep. So in her bedroom, there was a significant amount of cash.
Okay. Sorry. And I'm sorry if I missed that.
That's fine.
Okay, so let's move on to Jennifer's room. You told us about your general observations, but you did go back and process the room more thoroughly, correct?
Yes.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
19. Handing you what I marked as State's Exhibit 19. Take a look through those. And what is this a group of photos of?
It would be additional photos of Jennifer's room.
Okay, of the master bedroom.
Yes, of the master bedroom.
And is that how it appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 19.
No objection. 19 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Okay, investigator. And if you could also use where it's helpful, the blown up diagram to show the jury where these photos are in perspective in that room, if that assists you. What are we looking at in the first photo of this exhibit?
So this is the nightstand next to Jennifer's bed. If we're looking at this master bedroom, the bed's kind of in this upper corner. The actual nightstand is kind of on here along the wall.
Okay. And then this photo?
So this photo is important because this is a severed finger, which is resting on the nightstand next to her bed.
Okay, and the next one?
Just an additional photo of a severed finger.
Okay. All right, and then what are we looking at here?
So this is kind of in more graphic detail what I saw initially walking into the room. This is kind of where the blood on Miss Dazey had pooled. It's kind of difficult to see, but we can see a deep laceration or some sort of injury to her cheek. That yellow stuff is actually cheek fat. And again, there's injuries up and down the side of her head and her neck.
Okay. The next one.
An additional photo. Again, this is, as I described before, this finger is completely missing. This one is just barely hanging on by a tiny bit of flesh. And again, it's that injury is a little bit more visible on her cheek here.
Okay, and here?
Another photo kind of documenting the amount of blood that we saw on scene, additional documentation of her injuries as she laid in bed.
Here?
Additional photos of her severed fingers.
Okay, and tell me why one arm or hand is in a paper bag at this point.
So we're required to have a medical examiner come in and assist with an investigation into any unattended death. The decision was made that she was going to be sent for an autopsy, and it's common practice to package hands to preserve any trace evidence that may be found underneath a victim's fingernails if they were fighting back and maybe it scratched the offender. That, in theory, trace evidence could be underneath some fingernails. So what we don't want to do is just send them off there and stuff gets bumped, stuff gets lost in the large bag. At least this way, if anything were to come off the hands, it's all contained within that bag.
Okay. What are we looking at in this photo?
So this doesn't quite capture how much blood spatter was on the wall, but this would have been the wall where her the head of her bed was. So her head would have been resting along here, and this would have been the north wall of the bedroom. And this is just one photo that kind of documents some blood spatter on the walls.
There's I don't know what those are called, a boppy pillow or something of that nature there in the corner. You see that?
Yeah.
What did you locate underneath that? Was her cell phone underneath it?
Yes, her cell phone was in bed with her. Yep.
Okay. Here, what are we looking at?
This is just some additional blood spatter on the walls.
Okay, and you collected items from the walls as well?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's it for that. We can take those down. Okay. And all those items, not all of them, the items that you collected and submitted to the lab were sent away. The rest of the items you kept in evidence at the police department, correct?
Yes.
In case they were needed at some other time?
Yes.
Okay. May we approach?
Yes. Okay, folks, we're going to take a real short break, a restroom break, 5 or 10 minutes. Remember the admonition, report back to the jury room.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the parties have agreed to just pause on the examination of Investigator Hoff. They have another witness who is here that they've agreed to take out of order. We'll have the examination of that witness. When they're finished, we'll then resume with Investigator Hoff. Do you want to call that next witness, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd call Dr. Adam White.
Can I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat there. And if you would state your name and spell it for the record, please.
Michael Adam White, Michael Adamwhite.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Dr. White, you actually go by Adam, do you not?
Correct.
And that's because?
My father's name is Michael, too.
Keeps you guys separated. What is your occupation?
I'm a veterinarian.
How long have you been a veterinarian?
Graduated in 2011.
Where do you practice?
Vanderloo and White Animal Hospital.
Now, how long have you been practicing there?
Since 2012.
Are you board certified?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 27. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Could you state what that is?
Just a state of Iowa veterinary license to practice.
I move to admit Exhibit 27.
No objection. 27 is admitted.
Are you in good standing with the Veterinary Board?
Yes.
Now, on January 18th of this year, do you recall Officer Slight of the Dubuque Police Department coming to your office?
I do.
Can you just recall what he was there for?
The police officer was bringing an animal in for examination.
Was the dog deceased?
Upon arrival, it was, deceased.
Can you describe the dog briefly?
Small to medium dog, 10 to 15 pounds, and it was brown, short hair on it.
Okay, were you asked to examine the dog?
I was.
Did you in fact examine that dog?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what the purpose of the examination was?
To look for any evidence of injury as to why the dog would be deceased.
Could you walk through your exam just briefly and explain what it is you did?
Yep. Dog was in stiff rigor mortis upon presentation. Dog was covered in red sticky substance. We cleaned the red substance off, clipped some hair away. We ultimately found an injury to the right side of the head, which was a hole through the skin, subcutaneous tissue, through the bone, into the brain tissue was exposed.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 28. There should be two items there. Do you recognize both of those?
I do.
Could you describe what they are?
The top copy is an x-ray that was taken after the hole in the skull was discovered with the purpose of seeing if there was any x-ray evidence of foreign material in the head.
Did you in fact take that x-ray?
I did.
And the photograph, did you take that photograph?
I did not take this photograph.
Was that taken at your office?
This was taken at my office.
I would move to admit Exhibit 28.
No objection. 28 is admitted.
Move to publish.
Yes.
Is that the X-ray?
Yes.
Is there anything that you noted from that X-ray or that you found from that X-ray?
Looking for anything that would show up within the skull and thinking of metal fragments, and no metal fragments in the skull. There was a metal object found in the shoulder area, which was later identified to be a microchip.
You didn't find any fragments?
Not in the skull.
Okay, can you flip to the other one? Okay, that's the photograph. Is that of the wound?
That's of the wound, correct.
Yeah, can you describe a little bit that photograph, the orientation of it?
Yep, it's on the right side of the skull. You do have an opening in the skin. Not much subcutaneous tissue to go through, but it's open. You can see white material in there. That's a bone fragment. And then immediate to the next to that white material would be the tissue in the brain cavity there.
Did you have to do anything to expose that wound in order to examine it more closely?
Just cleaning and clipping away hair.
You shaved the hair back to get to the wound?
Correct.
Did you probe that wound at all to check the depth?
I did. I explored it just to see if it was full thickness through the skull, and it went into the brain tissue.
After your examination, were you able to determine the cause of death?
I would suspect it was trauma to the head.
Would it be a sharp force trauma?
It would take a blunt or penetrating trauma to create a hole in the skull like that.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14. Would the backside of that instrument be consistent with the wound that you observed in the photograph?
Yes.
You can't say for certain that this caused it, but this is certainly consistent. Is that correct?
Correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is that?
The medical notes I made after the examination.
And that's your notes for sure?
My handwriting, my signature, yep.
I would move to admit Exhibit 29.
No objection.
29 is admitted.
Was that the end of your involvement in terms of examining this particular animal?
Correct.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. How are you doing today, doctor?
Good.
Good. Never gonna accept another dog from the police again? Is the injury consistent with being struck one time?
Yes.
And would have death likely been instantaneously?
Likely instant.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, doctor.
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
I would recall then Investigator Isaiah Hoff.
Thank you, doctor.
Come on back up this way, please. Just go ahead and have a seat. You've already taken an oath. Do you understand you're still under oath?
I do.
Okay, very good. Counsel, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Where we left things, we had just been talking about all of the items you collected and the ones you selected to send for testing.
Yes.
Okay, so after that, you packaged the items, you decided which ones you wanted to do. Did you guys conduct any follow-up investigation?
We did, and again, we had kind of touched on this before as far as the additional money in the home. Again, prior to leaving, we searched the.
I'm talking about after. Like, did you guys do any neighborhood canvas? What did you do to follow up on your investigation of the scene?
Gotcha. So,
sorry.
Yes, the neighborhood canvas was completed after the fact.
Okay, and you talked to family members. You talked to various people.
Yep, part of any homicide investigation is, we kind of talk about their circle of contact. Getting to know the victim helps us better understand what would have happened if we can kind of understand the victim. And so part of that is speaking with roommates, family members, friends, ex-boyfriends, anything like that.
Okay, and in anyone that you talked to or followed up with or canvassed, did anyone have any direct knowledge about what had happened to Jennifer?
No.
Okay. Did you learn from your canvassing about the makeup of the household members?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
So we knew from speaking with numerous people who lived in the area that Jennifer had lived there for several years, that Tyler had recently moved in with her, 6 or 7 months ago, and that those were the two that were currently living in the home.
Okay, any complaints of any noises or fights or any dramatics at 1605 Avoca from your neighborhood canvas?
No, that's part of our canvas, is to ask if anyone heard any disturbance or anything like that. No one was reporting that.
That primarily Tyler and Jenny kept to themselves?
Yeah, everyone kind of described them as good neighbors. They knew who they were aware of them. No one really had said that they were super close with them, but everyone kind of knew Jennifer and Tyler lived there.
Okay, and were interviews done with Jennifer's other children, Nick and Kylie?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't do those interviews though, did you?
I did not, no.
Okay. Did you though, as an investigator with the Criminal Investigations Division, follow up on information obtained from officers from the interviews with Nick and Kylie?
Yes, so Lieutenant Krael, I believe, interviewed Nick Frey. Anytime we do an interview with anyone, we want to fact check them. Are they telling us the truth on stuff? Nick had kind of laid out what he had did the night prior, what he, on the 17th into the 18th, and kind of how he learned of his mother's passing. So I was kind of tasked with verifying his statement to law enforcement. For those of you who aren't familiar, Dubuque has a very extensive camera system here in town. It's kind of, cameras are kind of mounted at every major intersection. And if we have descriptions of individuals, vehicles, time frame, stuff like that, it's relatively easy to kind of track them around town and plot their movements around town. So I utilize those traffic camera systems to follow up on Nick's movements on the 17th into the 18th.
Okay, and there's been previous discussion about some cameras located at 1605 Avoca Street. Were you able to identify Nick on that camera footage?
I was.
Okay, tell me about that.
So we were able to pick him up on city traffic camera footage coming down Asbury Road. He had mentioned that he stopped off at the Dubuque Advertiser to pick up some newspapers. The way he traveled on cameras was consistent with that. We had him operating his red pickup truck. We were able to track that basically all the way into the neighborhood where at 1605 Avoca Street. We were then able to, through a search warrant, obtain ring camera footage from the front door at 1605 Avoca Street. And that footage shows him arriving at the home on the evening of the 17th around 7:45 p.m.
Okay, and he had a stack of advertisers with him?
Yes, and those newspapers were located on the couch in the living room.
Okay, and did he leave, according to the ring footage, around 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. or something of that nature?
Yeah, around 8:05. He I think he steps out to let the dog out and in, let Echo out and in, and then he leaves the house at approximately 8:05 that night.
Okay, was Tyler home at that time?
Based off his statement, Tyler would have been home, yes.
Okay. And then Nick had said that he had gone out of town Did you follow up on that through traffic camera and the things?
Yep, so Nick's vehicle was parked at 1605 Avoca Street when we showed up there. In speaking with him, he had said he stopped by that evening because the check engine light on his vehicle was on, which is why he needed to use his mother's GMC crossover vehicle. So again, we were able to pick up that GMC crossover vehicle, leaving the area of 1605 Avoca Street. Shortly after 8:05, when we know he left the house, we were then able to track that, through the intersection at 22nd and Central, all the way up to the 2500 block of Jackson Street where Nick lives.
Okay, and then from there?
The car was on camera all night. We were able to watch it. The car didn't move. Around 5:30, 5:35 in the morning, Nick comes out of the house, turns the car on to get it warmed up. After 5 minutes or so, he hops on the car, heads south through town, hops on 150, 161, and continues out of town down towards Cedar Rapids.
Okay, and when he arrived at Avoca Street or the law center, when he was notified about what was going on, did he leave an out-of-town work project to come back?
Based off his statement, yes.
Okay. So you mentioned that ring footage of Nick. There were ring cameras on the house, right?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Andy, what I marked as State's Exhibit 20. What are those generally?
The exterior photos at 1605 Avoca Street.
Okay. And that's how it appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 20.
No objection.
20 is admitted?
May I publish?
Yes.
Okay, investigator. First photo in Exhibit 20. What are we looking at?
So if you're standing on the walkway up to 1605 Avoca Street, facing the front of the house, this would kind of be that entrance into that enclosed porch.
Okay. And here?
This would be a view from inside the enclosed porch, looking at the front door leading into the living room. Again, as mentioned in that previous photo, this would be the ring camera that's mounted on the door.
And I think it's previously been referred to as a ring doorbell.
Yes.
Okay, can you explain generically, if you know, how one of these cameras would function?
You purchase one of these cameras, you mount it, and you have to download the Ring app with that, and that gives you access to kind of view the footage. These cameras are, you can set how much motion triggers the camera, but they're often triggered by some sort of motion or by someone ringing the doorbell.
Okay, and in order to have access to that footage, and your experience as a law enforcement with ring footage in your investigations, is that something you have to pay to access?
Yes, so there's two different ways you can kind of use these Ring cameras. The first would just be to more or less live stream them. If you were to install one of these at your house, download the app, create an account, if you were to pull up that app, you could kind of view it live. But you are required to purchase a subscription plan if you want to access the cloud storage. So if you don't pay, I believe it's like $49.99 a year, none of the footage will be saved.
Okay. The next photo?
So this is the back of the residence. The photographer would be standing in the driveway. These are steps leading up to that rear door. Appears a Ring camera.
Okay. And this?
Just a closer view of the Ring motion camera.
Okay, so we briefly discussed that front camera, and we also talked about footage that you reviewed from that front camera. What about this camera?
So Corporal Stair obtained a search warrant requesting all saved Ring footage that was stored in the cloud. Ring did provide us with any and all activity from the front doorbell. Ring did not supply us with any footage from this rear camera.
Okay, and in your training experience, what reasons could be that there wasn't any footage provided?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Well, she's asking what reasons could there be, not what happened here. You can answer.
There's three main reasons why footage wouldn't be provided. The first would be that the camera is not plugged in and is not functional, therefore wouldn't be in a position to capture any motion. The second would be that there was no motion or no activity at that back door, therefore nothing would be triggered and nothing would be saved to the cloud. The third reason would be that the subscriber is not paying for cloud storage. Part of Ring's subscription is it's like $49.99 for one camera and then like $99.99 for unlimited amounts of camera. So a subscriber could make the decision, hey, the front door is what I'm most concerned with. I only want to pay $50 a month. Therefore, I'm just going to kind of utilize this as a live camera, and I'm not so much concerned about storing of the footage.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Want this whole thing?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and I'm gonna do this. And
Yeah, that's fine.
all right, I'll first hand you what I marked as State's Exhibit 21. Is this the certificate of authenticity that Ring provided you, accompanying the footage that they provided you from the front camera at 1605 Avoca Street?
Yes.
Okay, so this certifies that they are authentic, correct?
Yeah, so anytime people will provide us with business records footage or something like that, someone will actually go through and sign a letter saying what I'm sending you is true and accurate and everything that you requested.
Okay, and there was a clarification within that document later with follow-up requests about this second camera and them stating we provided you everything we have.
That's correct. Again, we did reach back out to Ring in an attempt to verify why no footage was provided from that rear camera. We were told by Ring we have provided any and all available footage saved to the cloud associated with this account.
Okay, move to admit State's Exhibit 21.
So, any objection to 21?
No, Your Honor.
21 is admitted.
Okay, I am now showing you a flash drive that contains a Ring camera clip from January 17th and a Ring camera clip from January 18th. Have you reviewed all the Ring camera clips that were provided to you?
Yes.
Okay, and have you reviewed clips from both January 17th and January 18th?
Yes.
Okay, was there one clip at around 10 p.m. that Jennifer appeared on the footage?
Yes.
On the 17th, excuse me.
That's correct.
And then one clip on the 18th at approximately 8:38 a.m. that shows Miss Fullman entering the residence.
That's correct.
And were those, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 22 and 23.
No objection, Your Honor.
22 and 23 are both admitted. No.
What did they have?
Oh, I'm going to say this wrong. I think it's like Greenwich time, something to that effect. But basically, it's like a standard time, and we have to do the conversion on the timestamps to Central Standard Time.
Okay. Okay. You reviewed this clip and the timestamp on it was 10 o'clock p.m. Is that correct?
Once the conversion was done, yes.
Okay. And who is in this photo walking out the door?
That is Jennifer Dazey.
Okay. And that's the end of that clip. You didn't cut it down or anything like that, correct?
No, again, those clips are motion activated, so they send what they send.
Yep, so it depends on what's happening, whether or not they trigger or not, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and are they a forward projecting camera? Do they project forward or backwards?
Forward.
Okay. Okay, we'll play Exhibit 23. And you know this is 8:38 a.m. on January 18th?
Yes,
Okay. Is that Ms. Fullman walking in?
it is.
Okay, and that was the end of that clip?
Yes.
After that, who's the next person that's seen on camera going into that house?
Officer Hesselbacher arriving.
And Ms. Fullman's testimony in her statement to police was that she stood inside the door. Would that be a reason why the camera didn't re-trigger?
Yeah.
To show her exit or anything like that?
Yeah, so the way, from the pictures, you can kind of see there's a storm door and then there's that main door. Watching the video, you can kind of see that end of the door doesn't fully, completely close. So it would almost be as though she's kind of sandwiched in that little triangular space that's created by the partially open storm door and then the opened or partially opened wood door leading to the house.
Okay. And at least from the footage on that camera, no one is seen going in or out of that house between 10 p.m. on January 17 and 8:38 a.m. on January 18th.
That's correct.
You previously testified that Ring said there's no footage from the backdoor camera. So did you investigate any potential entry at that, I should say, the side door entry?
Yeah, so we were able to verify that that door was locked upon our arrival on the 18th. And again, that, it's visible in body camera footage and everything that that door was locked when we arrived.
Okay, and you pulled a clip from body camera footage to show the condition of the deadbolt as well as the door handle?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you confirm that the position the deadbolt was in a locked position?
So in all the body camera, any body camera of officers that were in that back room that captured the door, that deadbolt is in the thumb lock is in a thumb knob's in a vertical position. I had reached out to the property owner, it's either Ron or Rod Smith, and talked with him about that. He said he's familiar with all the locks that he installs in his property. He said if that lock is vertical, if the thumb lock is vertical, that deadbolt is locked and engaged.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what I marked as State's Exhibit 24. And what is that, investigator?
So this is a screenshot of Captain Stiles' body camera. It shows his time in that back room. On the left-hand side, you can kind of see the doorknob and the deadbolt lock. You can see that the lock is engaged in a vertical position.
Okay. Move to admit State's Exhibit 24.
No objection.
24 is admitted.
Publish, please.
Yes.
All right. Show the jury, please, what you were referencing.
So again, this is just a still image of a body camera. This is the deadbolt. Again, it's clearly in the vertical position, that style of lock. If it's in that vertical position, it would show that that deadbolt is engaged. Again, this knob lock has the electrical tape on, which I believe was already explained why that was relevant.
Okay. All right. So other than the lock, any observations on the exterior in that area or the outside of the house that you observed to determine whether or not there was any forced entry or any disturbance or any other access point?
Yeah, there was a door leading from the steps going down into the basement that led to the backyard. It was clear that there was absolutely none of the snow outside of that door had been disturbed. No one had come in and out of that door.
Okay, hold on one second. I'm going to put up another photo for you to show them what you're talking about, okay? I'm going to put up there Exhibit 3. Okay. There's 2 doors in this photo. Which door are you talking about first?
So what I'm referring to is the door that's located right here that leads directly out into the backyard from the steps leading down into the basement. Again, there was snow in the backyard, absolutely no footprints coming or going from that door.
Okay. And then anything else that you did to look around the outside to see if anyone else had accessed?
Yeah, again, as previously mentioned, we always want to check to see if windows and screens are in place, which they were in this case. No evidence of any footprints in the snow underneath any of the windows. Again, this is that locked back door where the deadbolt is engaged in that back mudroom pantry area.
Okay. Any evidence of a disturbance from what you saw?
No.
Okay. Now, investigator, as part of your investigation, you have reviewed some phone calls the defendant made in the past couple of months, correct?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever point to anyone else who could be responsible for this?
Yes, so there were all calls made from the Dubuque County Jail are recorded. All inmates are notified of this before they make the phone call. We have software that allows us to review those phone calls. Part of any investigation is kind of monitoring those phone calls, see who are they calling, what are they talking about, are they making any admissions. Back in March, end of March, I think March 30th, Mr. Dazey made at least 2 phone calls, one to his brother, Nick, and then one to his Aunt Katie. In these phone calls, he had identified his ex-girlfriend, Tessa, as having been at the front door of the house on the day of the murder and of being present inside the home while he was being detained by officers.
First, let's talk about prong 1 here. Was Tessa ever in the residence?
No.
When law enforcement was there?
No.
Okay. Did anyone see her outside the residence?
No.
Okay. Now, the second portion, did you follow up on his claim regarding Tessa?
I did.
And was she, I'm assuming you talked to her.
Yes.
Okay. How did you eliminate her as a potential suspect?
I sat down and I did an interview with her. She had stated that it had been several years, 4 or 5 years since she last spoke with Tyler, denied having any knowledge that anyone was living, or that Tyler and his mother were living at 1605 Avoca Street, and denied any knowledge of any involvement.
Okay, so she didn't even know that he lived there?
According to her statement, no.
Okay. Was there any other evidence that would have connected her to this crime?
No.
All right. I have no additional questions, investigator. Thank you.
Cross-examination. Yes.
first, Mr.
Yeah, go ahead and do yours first.
Investigator Hoff, I have just a couple of questions for you with regards to the ring cameras. On direct examination, you had testified that there were only three ways in which that camera in the backyard wouldn't produce footage.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Ring app? You talked about downloading it to a phone and opening it on a phone.
Yeah, I have some knowledge of the app, yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, is it also possible to go into the settings on a camera in your app and turn off motion sensitive and the various recording functions for a particular camera governed by that app?
Yeah, again, I had mentioned that you have the ability to kind of adjust how sensitive it is, what triggers it, stuff like that, yes.
Okay. So somebody, in addition, there's a fourth way. Somebody could go into the camera and go into that particular camera's functions and stop that camera from recording, couldn't they? That is true, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. And the app isn't just limited to one phone. It can be put on, well, for example, I could put it on my phone and my wife's phone and my daughter's phone, couldn't I?
Yes, if you share login information, yes.
Nothing further. I don't have anything further. Mr. Hoover has some questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Hoover.
How you doing today, Investigator Hoff?
Doing well.
Long afternoon so far?
Not too bad.
Okay. When you arrived on the day of the 18th, did you observe that back door from the outside?
Yes, yeah, I would have. When I arrived, I went around back by Lieutenant Corporal at the time, Krael, who was standing back there, yes.
Okay. And did you observe whether or not there were footprints, or at least that somebody had been on that porch?
Yeah, the steps had not been shoveled, and you could tell that people had come in and out of that back door.
And do you know, prior to the 18th, when would have been the last time that it snowed? And for the record, maybe I should say January 18th of 2024.
I don't know when it snowed before that, no.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at some data from the weather service?
Sure.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And just look at this yourself. Don't read anything out loud. But if we look at here, this would have been the 18th. Okay, and I'm not interested on the snow that happened on the 18th because we can't verify it. And this is new snow. Okay. We can't verify when that happened. But if we go above the 18th, can you find the date where next it would have shown some new snow?
Would have been the January 12th or the 13th.
Okay.
Significant amount on the 12th, some on the 13th.
Okay. And so, if my math is right, that'd be about 5 or 6 days from the 18th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On the Ring doorbell subpoena, do you know how wide of a range Corporal Stare, right? Yes. Corporal Stare requested?
I'd have to look at the specific what is named in the search warrant, but it was a few days before the 17th and the 18th.
Would it refresh your recollection if you had a chance to look at the search warrant?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you, again, just look at it yourself and specifically this paragraph right here.
Yeah, so again, the search warrant requested all video recorded and stored from 1/1/24 to 1/19/24.
So at least it had snowed in between that period of time, correct?
Yes.
So at least one can assume from the evidence that someone had approached that or had been on that porch sometime between the 12th and the 19th.
Yes.
Okay. And also, more than likely, the officers on the scene would have triggered the camera on the 18th, correct?
Yes, they would have been in a position to have triggered that footage if it was active in recording.
And that back door, did you take any fingerprints off the deadbolt?
We did not, no.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that Miss Folman was in a state of panic or hysteria when she discovered the body?
I would say so.
Okay. Sometimes people do things that they don't realize what they're doing when they're in a state of panic or hysteria.
Sure, sometimes they can.
Is it possible that she may have locked the door and not realized that she locked the door?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Yeah, I'm not sure he would know.
I'm just asking if it's possible.
Okay, go ahead, you can answer.
Anything is possible, yes.
Sure. And obviously, someone can enter that door if they had a key. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to locate the keys for that back door?
So I never did, no.
Okay. Now, in your investigation, you did receive some keys. Is that correct?
I believe Corporal Krael was given some keys for the residence.
Okay. And were you kind of the lead investigator in this case?
Yes.
And so you would have kind of reviewed all the evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if anybody had tried any of the keys that Corporal Krael got?
I don't believe anybody tried them for the back door. I know they did work to engage the deadbolt on the front door, but I don't believe he or I tried them on the back door.
Do you know if any keys were ever recovered from Kylie?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know if she was asked for any keys?
I don't know if she was asked during her interview.
Okay. What about after her interview? And at any point, did anybody ask if she had keys?
I don't believe law enforcement ever asked her that, no.
Okay. And you talked to a number of people that were associated either as a neighbor or associated with Jennifer, correct?
Yes.
And one of those people was Gina, I'm going to butcher this name, but Schelscher?
Schletty, I believe.
Schletty?
I believe. Am I? Okay. I'm mispronouncing it, so I'm sorry to her.
Okay, yeah, and I know I am too, so. And you kind of, why did you speak to her?
Based off my conversations during my canvass, a lot of people had told me she's the unofficial, neighborhood leader, kind of knew what was going on in the neighborhood and was close friends with Jennifer.
Okay. Did she have knowledge about Tyler and Jennifer's relationship?
Yeah.
And Did she give any kind of indication what kind of relationship they had?
I mean, I can't remember the specifics of everything she talked about as far as their relationship goes.
Would it help refresh your recollection if you had a chance to look at your report?
Yeah.
Objection. The
Well, I'm going to let him answer yes or no. It does call for hearsay.
You didn't, of all the people you talked to, did you find any indication of Tyler physically assaulting Jennifer?
No.
Okay. Did she give you any information about who maybe has keys to the house?
I believe she had mentioned that there was some dispute over Kylie having the keys and not returning them. Again, whether or not those were keys that had been turned over to the family that ended up in her hands after the incident, I'm not quite sure.
Okay. And you also stated that you interviewed Tessa George.
Yes.
And she didn't have any valuable information, correct?
No.
And at least at the time of the arrest, Mr. Dazey seemed fairly confused. Is that my understanding of your earlier testimony?
Yeah, again, he was not responding how you would expect someone to respond.
Is it possible that he was mistaking someone else for Tessa George?
I don't know what he was thinking.
Look at a few of the exhibits that you went over. I just want to make sure I have some clarification. Let's start with State's Exhibit 13. A minute. I'll pull it up quick.
You got it?
I think so. Okay. On State's Exhibit 13, there appears to be like some kind of reddish or some color here on the shelf. Can you confirm that that's not blood?
It very much appeared to be candle wax or something to that effect. Again, it kind of had that, circular shape of a candle. Could have been candle, could have been nail polish. It did not appear to be blood.
And you didn't find any blood spots on the head of this hatchet, correct?
That's for the lab to discuss, not me.
Okay. You didn't visually see any?
No.
Okay. And on the knives that you found, did you visually see any blood, or was there any indication that they had been used?
Not visibly, no.
And you didn't send those into the lab, correct?
No.
Do you know where Mr. Dazey kept this hatchet?
I know based off his statement to investigators, he keeps it in his toolbox, in the cobalt toolbox in his room.
Okay. And that was, can you put it down for a minute, Your Honor? All right, can you, and that's this right here, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you found the cover of the hatchet in the kitchen, correct?
In the dining room.
Dining room, on the table, correct? Okay. And in your investigation, did you find out if anybody else knew about this hatchet?
No, I don't know whether or not it was anyone ever brought up the fact that they knew that he had a hatchet in his toolbox.
Okay. Did you ever find any bloody clothes in the residence?
No.
On those towels that you collected, did you observe any blood on those towels?
No.
Did you find any blood droplets in the bathroom other than in the sink?
No.
And can you put it down for a minute, Your Honor? I apologize. Yes, if you could put it back on, Your Honor. Okay. And this is State's Exhibit 17. And you said that you believe that was a blood drop, number 4?
Yes.
Okay. And then the only other 2 blood drops that you located were in front of Jennifer's room, correct?
That and number 2 was believed to be blood.
Okay. And was it ever determined whether number 2 was human or animal blood?
I don't believe number 2 was ever sent off to the lab.
Okay. What about number 4? Was that ever found out whether it was human or animal blood?
Yes, again, the lab can kind of speak to that further, but yes, that was Jennifer's blood.
Okay. And you receive a copy of that report, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then 5 and 6, again, was that determined whether it was human blood or?
I believe placard 6 was sent to the lab, and that was determined to be Jennifer's blood, yes.
Okay. And you can't really tell kind of which drops came first, correct?
No, there'd be no way of telling that.
You can take it down, Your Honor. In speaking with, I apologize. Do you know if any search was ever done of Kylie's residence?
No.
And when you say no, you mean there was no search?
There was no search of Kylie's residence, correct.
Do you know whether or not she was asked what clothes she was wearing?
No.
And do you know whether or not she was asked to bring in the clothes that she was wearing?
Objection. It was previously testified that Investigator Hoff did not interview Ms. Frey. Corporal Krael was the one who did it. These questions the investigator doesn't have knowledge of because he didn't conduct those interviews.
Okay, objection's overruled. Do you remember the question?
Go ahead and ask that again.
Sure. Do you know if she was ever asked to bring in the clothing she was wearing that night?
I don't believe she was ever asked by Lieutenant Crable.
Okay. And what about Nick's residence? Was that ever searched?
No.
Did anyone ask Nick what clothing he was wearing that evening?
No, but we had him on both traffic camera and ring camera.
Other than the traffic cameras, did you make any other kind of verification as to whether or not Nick was in Cedar Rapids?
No, again, we had him leaving town, headed south on 151.
Did you continue to monitor the traffic cams once you saw him heading down south?
Well, again, he would have passed the furthest southern camera, and so we would have no other cameras to monitor from there on.
Sure. Did you ensure that he didn't turn around and come back?
No.
Do you know if that shower curtain was ever tested?
It was not.
Was the shower curtain sent to the lab?
I don't believe so.
And I know you didn't observe the traffic cams of Kylie, but do you know if the footage was continuously watched throughout the night, or was it based on Kylie's her statements of when she got home?
That would be a conversation for you to have with Investigator Rosenthal.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Kylie had reported anybody else that could verify that she was home all night?
Again, I didn't interview Kylie.
No further questions. Thank you, Investigator Hoff.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Probably a perfect place for us to quit for the day. Okay. Folks, remember the admonition tonight. You've now heard some of the evidence, but certainly not all of it. And you haven't heard the law from me. Keep an open mind about everything. Don't draw conclusions of any kind. Don't talk to anyone about the case. Don't read or listen to anything about the case. I'd rather you not think about it at all tonight. We'll start back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Report back to the jury room. Have a good evening.
All rise for the jury.